Welcome to Top Cuts for the Spain Regional. 8 players fought their way through Swiss and have earned their right to play on day 2. And Jesse, our round 1 matchup is a character that we didn't see at all yesterday. Paul Phoenix. I don't know if this is Paul's first regional to top or if that it's happened before, but it doesn't come up in my recent memory. You know, I know that Rising Uppercut has changed this character quite a bit and has unlocked it. What are your thoughts on Paul making a top cut debut here in Spain?
I actually think that this character is very well positioned in this format, considering a lot of decks lack stun protection, or they're only playing like one, maybe like there may maybe a total of like 4 foundations with stun protection of any type. And this character kind of just stun 4 hurt. Like when you have attacks that are stun 2 that become stun 4 really quick, it just goes up and over a lot of decks sometimes. And then the power, then like the pump finish to your final attack of the turn, like that'd be your final attack, but it's most commonly your final attack of the turn once you haven't fully committed out. It's a really strong deck, and I don't know, we might see some ups here. I know there's a lot of the Lizard King Godzilla has decided to stomp away into 3 people with his top cuts, but we're a far away from finals at this moment, and who knows, maybe Paul Phoenix will punch this one into the ground.
Yeah, this is one where I think Chaos Godzilla needs to be careful. There was actually, this was about when Rising Uppercut was first revealed. I was playing a game with my friend Ross, and I was playing Chaos Amajiki. A little bit different from Chaos Godzilla, but a lot of the same attacks. And I remember I kind of turned my brain off and I just played the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, because if you draw a Kraken on turn 2, you play Kraken. That's what you do. And then he blocked with Rising Uppercut, stun 2'd me on my turn, and I was dead. And then he added all the damage to it. That kind of ruined my build then, because I was stunned 2, and then I had to block this move, and then it goes into his turn, and I'm very susceptible. Now I'm a 7-hander with less health than Godzilla, but we've been seeing Godzillas just throw their whole hand out on turn 2, and a lot of their leadoffs are highs, which are susceptible to being blocked with Rising Uppercut. So I do think Chaos Godzilla needs to be careful in this matchup.
Oh yeah, I gotta agree there. This is gonna be an interesting matchup. Like I said, we haven't seen a Paul at a high level competitive play environment. In that situation, there can be it's that like the unknown, the fear of the unknown for the established player of like, hey, somebody made top cuts that we don't know what's going on, and we don't know exactly what we know the game plan, because obviously it's open deck lists. But even with open deck list, that doesn't equal. I have an answer. I have the outs here for this match.
Yeah, one thing that I thought was surprising when I was looking through Paul's list was there's quite a bit of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cards here, and Street Fighter cards, and a lot of them are just geared towards giving more offense to Paul. We're trying to give a lot more teeth to this deck because Paul can make that finisher huge, but along the way we're adding more. One of my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards in the Paul list is the it's effectively a 7-speed powerful 3 move. I think it's called Flurry of Blows. I could have that.
Yes, that is correct.
A little wrong here. Yeah. After you play this attack's powerful ability, it gets +2 speed. I love a 7 low finisher. That is a great move to slam Paul's stats on. You add in some powerfuls, you could be looking at a 7 low for 20.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite cards in the pre-release that I always found like it just helped it close out games so quickly. I can't wait to draft TMNT personally. That's actually like it's been a minute since there's been a set where I'm like, wow, the limited format of this feels really open where you could play anything. And this is one of those attacks that's like, wow, I could take advantage of this, having multiple copies and just have some momentum generation where this card could just finish games out. There's also some really interesting choices of foundations here. The Unending Path, I really think is a very underrated card from the Ryu Luke starter. Also, there was another one, Unarmed Non-Combatant is a TMNT card. I love this card because it's kind of the Kiko's Aid with a different facing, where like you can block with a non-attack, but you get the breaker too, and that's a +1 mid on a foundation, which is that's a stretch. So that's a stretch to see once in a while. So I'm always happy to see that.
Yeah, not unique, can build in multiple copies. It looks like the players have finished their deck reviews for each other, and they are now shuffling up and ready to go. I did want to just while we wait for them to get started here, touch on. I think you're absolutely right on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I think that, in my opinion, it's the best spotlight set that we've gotten maybe in my entire time as a player. I think it's really, really synergistic. You have like your water symbol with the clogging the card pool. You have the Mechazoid game plan that a lot of the characters can use. You have multiple characters based around the assets. Like it feels like the symbols are speaking the same language in fun ways. We have these uncommons and commons that have pretty good powerful outs, like the Flurry of Blows. And then the secret rares are all backups. And so you don't depend on seeing your secret rares. It's nice if you open it, but you're not dependent on it. So just wanted to shout out Ninja Turtles for that. I could see that a spotlight or a limited format being really fun.
And the other thing is actually the choice of I actually had this happen in one of my pre-releases. I got to play Superfly in one of my pre-releases, and I opened exactly 2 schemes, but even those were it's all the character needed. Like it's like I love the idea of like, oh, I opened 2 of the +2 damage to my attacks from the card pool scheme. It's the perfect number for it. Like it's for especially for a character that's like rare slotted. Like you're very most likely to see that character over like the common slot characters for seal in a seal format. So you're like you're hoping to get the cards for his kit as well to make it all work.
Right.
I do want to say I'm not surprised by the amount of Godzilla representation. Like literally 3 of the 9 Godzillas rolled into Top Cuts for this event. Literally the expected meta for this format exists in one match this round. Because there's a Deku and a Zeke War Chief hiding out in the brackets. They're facing off in round 1. Also, we may not, just because we'll probably talk about when we do a bracket breakdown. Mike Hardiman is the King of Swiss, and he is taking on Alex Gomez. Alex is 8 years old, to my understanding. And this kid was taking names yesterday. I can't wait to hear the results of that match.
Yeah, Levi was filling us in and sending pictures from the event, and Alex was not messing around. You could probably play on that, on being underestimated by his opponent. Of, oh yeah, I'm gonna take it a little easy here, and then just absolutely takes you down as Godzilla. I really like this action over here on Paul's side. Cute Host Kodo doesn't count towards progressive difficulty, and then we're going to be able to draw 3 cards at the end of our turn. We know Paul in the future is going to be constantly discarding to put stun on their moves, and now we just get to refill our hand on defense.
Yeah, Cute Host Kodo is one of those cards it's an action that has definitely rolled back. Like, a lot of people are starting to come back to that card when I want to play these, where you're especially like, I like it as a card that in my sideboard, because when I'm going second, I want to be able to go like I play 1 main and 2 in the side in the decks I play it, and then when I'm going second, I bring the other 2 in so that I have the higher probability of the turn 1 play Kodo and get a build out and then refill my hand, so I have defense and I get this have a defense line for a lot of these very aggressive turn 2 decks, like God, especially like Godzilla. I want to be able to have a few extra cards in the hand just to have a better viability.
Yeah, and if I'm the Paul player, I'm digging for Rising Uppercut as much as possible, because if we go City Rampage into an attack and then we block with the Godzilla player, and then Paul blocks with Rising Uppercut and stuns 2, Godzilla building more foundations is going to be very, very difficult.
Right. What's our City Rampage count on turn 2 this weekend? It's been pretty high, right?
Yeah, Godzilla players hit it every time, but short-lived. I mean, the Unfazed coming in here, it is a high attack, so
yep.
It's ripe to be uppercutted. We could see it happen early. There is a downside to blocking Unfazed, is that Godzilla's checks are going to get +1. I still think it's worth it, though.
Oh, yeah. I'd be trying to... I think this is worth... Like, blocking this reversal... Up. Here it comes. All right, so we are blocking on a 6.
Yeah, the other great thing about Rising Uppercut is a 0 block modifier.
All right, so we hit the block. We respond for the thing. We are going to do the drive effect, and then we also we could respond. Oh, unending path. I'll check unending path, because that is one of the newer cards. I have to remember. Oh, it's after an attack is blocked, so it's like they could use it on if this got blocked by chance.
Right. Yeah, they can use the 3 def on their turn and on the rival's turn. Every time a card is blocked, I think they get to look at the top 2 cards of their deck and then put them back in any order. And then if the rival has 10 or more foundations, they also get to draw a card.
Looks like we decided to not activate stun 2.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just a forgetting, because to me, that's activating the stun 2 on the rival's turn is the entire point of that block, of blocking Unfazed there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we didn't want to discard a card out of our hand. Maybe we really, really like the cards that we drew into off of Cute Host Kodo.
I mean, here's also I can think of it like this: if we blocked 1 attack, by blocking 1 attack, we have to play. The Godzilla now has to play 3 attacks on average. 3 has to play. Has to resolve 3 attacks here. With the thing is, they have +3 of their checks, and now they have momentum from Massive Swing. So this could keep going really quick here.
Oh yeah, and Sworn by Titans coming down. This is going to help the next check even more. This means that we could finish off with maybe like a Heat Ray here.
I think that's support the female Titan.
Oh, this one.
These are both the pink green. You can't tell. Like we're having like our shots. I think this is support the female Titan though.
Okay, that would make sense.
Maybe it's no, but maybe it is Swarm. It's literally like the art looks how the arts are shaped. I'm like, we're playing by shape of the art here. It's gonna be one of these two things.
This one's a difficult one to go purely off of picture.
Yeah. We're gonna say that when you have like +5 a number there, I'm like, here comes the Smash Stomp. Even if we did stun 2, it wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't have mattered, but possibly having that Broken Psyche down would matter, because Broken Psyche is going to mean that Godzilla doesn't have to have the cards in hand.
Yeah, that's it. That perfect. The David had the perfect hand. Like, did he like he had all the right? He didn't even need to use realization, except like, oh, I get to commit your last foundation.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the stun 2 wouldn't have mattered. Maybe the stun 2 would have mattered in the sense that Godzilla doesn't take that line.
That's true.
If they're only on one foundation, they're not feeling as confident. Like, hey, a single 3 check could go really wrong here. Maybe I'm forced to tap Godzilla. But I don't know. If Godzilla leads City Rampage, you're probably doing it anyway.
I mean, City Rampage is City Rampage. Well, what's in these sideboards here? We've got a couple of options for David. I think the big choice here, I really like Disable Enemy Machines in this matchup. I like this card in general. I think this card is people I've been passing on it a lot, but I like flipping foundation. I like a please flip a foundation line, especially with that line. Fill with Doubt could definitely come in here, because if you seal an attack, they can't gain stun.
Yeah, when I'm looking at Paul's sideboard, I really like Showdown combined with the giving uppercut stun 2 on defense. By the way, I was looking at Twitch chat and realized Paul was committed because they had to pass some foundations, and that's why there was no stun 2 on Rising Uppercut. So makes perfect sense.
It's 4 a.m., 3 a.m. in the United States. We're gonna miss a few things.
We have some I guess some characters aren't all tenacious. They're not.
Something. Yep, we kind of forgot about that about Paul. Paul is not that broken.
We do have some Genkai's guidance, Scanlan's hand. I don't think that this is probably the right matchup for it. Maybe if Godzilla's sitting on a ton of momentum. But the showdown I could see being a pretty key factor here.
Yeah, showdown or the Genkais. I could see both. I could see any of those 4 cards definitely making an appearance in this matchup. Definitely not a matchup for Unyielding Destruction or Scanlan. Big Fist Bash. We're not going to play a long game. We're not playing long turns that are going into big strings for that to be active. So it's like it's definitely see what the Genkai. I will expect the Genkais or the showdowns. Like you gotta stop that. You gotta play interaction for City Rampage, because +2 to your checks is just like
Speaking of City Rampage, one of the attacks in Godzilla's sideboard really fascinates me. It's Channel Energy, and it's just a one of. But I did see that David made quite a few of sideboard decisions, so we could maybe see it here in this turn too. I would love it if it was a finisher, for a game-winning finisher. It says clear all other cards from your card pool. This attack gets 2 damage for each card cleared this way. You cannot play attacks. So it must be your finisher. But we see that City Rampage Godzilla frequently, by the time they're playing their finisher, they have 4 other cards in their card pool. So this base 5 damage move and Godzilla becomes base 8 damage. We then And now it's 9 damage because of City Rampage in the card pool. We clear out, let's say, 4 cards. Now this is a 17 damage finisher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could just like lock out a game, especially because it'll also, if your best part is you get the +1/+1 from Rampage, and then you clear the Rampages out, the City Rampage out. So like you get the bonus you're looking for, and then you just keep going. But we'll see here. Maybe Alejandro can pull something together here for a stronger, get a good build here on 1, and then be able to get a strong turn 2 to back this up.
Right. If nothing else, Paul is guaranteed a turn 2 this game.
Yep.
So guaranteed to see more turns than that last game. Honestly, that last game, it just, we even had cute host Kodo. We had the 0 high block. Like you were saying, I mean, it was the absolute perfect hand that Godzilla could have drawn into. There really wasn't much that could have been done. Update from table 1. Mike Hardiman is down a game to Alex, and Alex is not 8 years old. He's 9 years old. So, and he's up 1-0 on Mike Hardiman right now.
These Godzillas are about to these Godzillas are about to do some work today, I think. And I was really hoping that Mike Hardiman was like gonna win that match, and then he's going to play Godzilla every round through the finals. I'm really, I want to know what's going. The one match that I have the most interest in, I was going to try is the Midori on the move versus Zeke Warchief, because that's like the format everybody thinks exists. Like everybody's like, oh, the Zeke decks are the thing, or it's Zeke or Midoriya, and then it's like the decks who have to brute force through them are essentially the format. And I'm like, and it's funny that they both got paired into each other. So it's like one gets to really show off with how deep they can go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be very curious which one emerges from that matchup. And the winner of this is going to play the winner, I believe, of the Zeke and Deku match. So decent build here on Paul's side. We've got Hacker Extraordinaire, Form Speed Draw, and a 0 diff. Short-lived promotion coming in for Godzilla, basically turning Godzilla to a 7-hander.
Double fearsome. That's really a good setup for turn 2. We can get another. The thing about Godzilla is Godzilla just has access. The chaos spams that Godzilla has access to are just so strong. Like there's just so many cantrip ones. They're just like I will flip and draw a card, flip 1/1. Like when you're already giving 3 damage, like any speed, any little bits of speed you can gain is just amazing. And it's so much advantage here. All right, so we got a cute host, Coco. Get in there. Let's do some. This is where we gotta hope that Kodo can keep a strong hand after we try to. Yeah, there we go. Because getting non-combat on the board for Breaker. I actually am fine with building that feral shriek in this situation as well. You need to have something here. Yeah, build 3, draw 3. We'll take that. Play 4 cards, draw 3 back.
Yeah, we're basically full hand size going into Godzilla's turn, because we know Godzilla, if we flip short-lived promotion, which it looks like we do, means we're going to start out as a 7-hander. The fearsomes, we have lots of attacks that are going to net us momentum along the way. So effectively, we're going to be playing like a 9-hander this turn, which means that Paul needs all the blocks in their hand that they can have. Although Paul does not have speed hate on face, and I don't see any speed hate in stage. Maybe the Breaker 2 can slow down Godzilla a little bit, although checks really haven't been an issue for Godzilla.
Yeah, we aren't seeing the slamming of City Rampage though, so we're deciding. I think we're deciding if this is worth
using Godzilla.
We're gonna boom. We're just gonna destroy the board. We're gonna do the once per game.
That's an interesting choice, because we had used short-lived promotion on that turn, and we saw that we actually discarded a City Rampage and 2 attacks. And we had the Fearsome transformations to filter for more. So a little interesting there. Oh, but because of the short-lived promotion, we get to build 3 instead of build 2. That's a neat play.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like we have the build 3 off of this, so we're just pretty much like I'm gonna go to turn 1 again with no foundations. I'm gonna draw a fresh hand. The problem is, did Alejandro get stuttered by this and they're sitting on a handful of attacks? Or like this could be like I build 2. Like this could be a tough situation.
Right. Yeah, that was
coming in.
0 foundations, no matter, because Heaven Piercing Ice Wall means freeze 2. And this is, so it looks like a crazy offensive play on Paul's side. This is actually a very defensive play.
So with Ice Wall, there's actually, because Ice Wall says, because we get to do, we can go stun, ready the foundation, draw card, ready a foundation, draw a card from it, then pitch an extra card to stun 2, and then freeze 2.
So we get I suppose is Heaven Piercing Ice Wall a punch? But
you can give
anything. You can give
anything stun. You just can't give the bonus
damage.
Yeah, it's just for the damage.
Yeah, I think freeze 2 is extremely important here.
Yeah, you give a kick or punch attack +1 for each committed. Yeah, this is definitely this is like this card is we saw this card really take off at the US Nats last year with the Krista deck that came out of it, where they were just like the what was it? The metal, like Travis's whole team was like playing some loud variant of that deck, with the Krista deck, where they're just like, hey, I'm going to stun 2 you, freeze 2. And it was just slowly dragging people through matches because of it. Because they're just like, well, I have turns now. And that's what the Paul deck needs.
Yeah, this Godzilla is going to be sitting on 1 foundation come their turn. We did just see the Inspiring Song milled 3 attacks off of the top. I mean, I guess that's kind of what we want as Godzilla right now, because we're probably not having an attack turn off of a single foundation. But okay, so Godzilla's choice to blow up the board, I understand. It was a pretty cool move with the short-lived promotion to build 3 foundations instead of 2. But having a couple fearsome transformations on our stage that then got blown up unused when we had a City Rampage and 2 attacks, and now seeing this Paul freeze 2 foundations, looking back on using the Godzilla form, I'm wondering if Godzilla's regretting it.
All right, so that was, we used the Inspiring Song, the Psalm -2 has been used on both for that foundation. But I think we got what we wanted out of this, which was we had to freeze their board out. We had to like slow them down somehow, because now Godzilla's like has to come in on 1 ready foundation.
Yeah, this should at least slow Godzilla down to a build turn, which saves Paul, because Paul did not have a good build there. That build 2, I would have much rather seen a build 4 after that ice wall. Build 2 means that they were kind of foundation light, like you were saying. That might have been the high IQ move on the Godzilla side, is sensing that Paul might not have the foundations. So a build 2 is pretty light here, but Godzilla probably just has to take well, no, not if they draw City Rampage.
Oh, yeah. City Rampage.
Okay, we got to commit to his cost before we make this check. Not a big deal. But we are going to cancel the Rampage. It sticks in the card pool, and now Godzilla checking a 3 would be devastating if they go for an attack.
Yep. We are This is the we have just the right amount of control here, and I bet you, I bet David is looking at his hand, and I bet it's like 3 or 4 attacks, and he's like, I have 1 foundation to go with this. Like he has to try.
Oh,
Yeah, he had to try for an attack. I mean, he probably, especially the Smash Stomp is probably the best line though. It's like, hey, I could probably draw a card here if this gets in.
yeah,
But passing with 4 in hand. Oh, this is
that ice wall followed by the showdown feels like it has completely flipped this game on its head. Going
all
with
right.
the Tavern Brawl, this is going to be even more freeze. They get to mill, and then for every attack, they're freezing. It also has a million keywords. And the Paul deck is playing Patrick Baby. Kind of a cute combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to blitz. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. For each attack revealed this way, freeze a rival foundation. For each non-attack revealed this way, this attack gets +1 speed. Put the revealed cards on the bottom of your deck in a random order.
Yeah, Godzilla is sick and tired of their foundations being frozen. The Filled with Doubt comes down. So, because if we had revealed 2 attacks off the top and just kept those,
we got the other showdown.
We have to commit we have to commit our entire stage.
But we could freeze their board, David. That's the thing. We want come on. Here we go.
There's 1 attack. Just one attack.
We get 1. We freeze the. So we get to freeze the horrifying. That's like the Godzilla's up playing from what they have. We'll take that.
That's a very interesting choice, though. Basically, we're committing to, and we're losing showdown. Like, we're losing showdown against the City Rampage deck, and showdown is clogging our card pool. We have no foundations. We have 2 cards in our card pool. I don't know about that showdown. We really sold a lot of resources, in my opinion, to freeze 1 foundation.
I don't know. I think it was a good move. We'll see if it pays off. This is a we are clawing up against what again we are punching. We are punching above our weight class at the moment. That is what this ball deck is doing, because Godzilla's the high tier meta monstrosity, and we have to do everything we can to slow this deck down, and that's what we're doing here. So I perfectly understand why we're trying to play all of our lines in this situation. All right, let's get a build out here.
Check a 3 on it. Played the 1 diff. Here comes the 5. All right,
build 2.
These aren't great builds on Paul's side, but yeah, the value of just keeping Godzilla off of their foundations. Now we have 2 momentum as Paul. We have Godzilla down to 23 health. It definitely feels like momentum has swung Paul's way.
Yeah, this is we're definitely setting up for that Patchwork Baby turn. That it's one of the finisher attacks for this Paul deck. Also, the Orate repeating 100% smash. I like either of those attacks as a finish in this lineup, especially when you're just gradually gaining that momentum over time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of great momentum outlets in this Paul deck. Paul can struggle to gather that momentum against the more defensive decks, the more like Rodan, where they have speed hate on face. They don't really need their foundations to be string blocking. But Godzilla does not block.
No. All right, we're going to start off with a massive swing here.
Yeah, this is going to get us a momentum, but the major thing is that we did not start off with City Rampage. So this momentum can get us +2 to our next check, but we're probably not going to see a 3-4 attack string here. We might see another. I wouldn't be surprised if we spend this momentum to play a second attack. I would be surprised if we went on beyond that.
Yeah. We responded with Martial Knowledge which I think is a really solid card. Is a solid spam. That probably will see more play down the line. It's a 1/5 +2 low block that says if you're putting it plays a 5 different greater draw a card. Like if you're looking for low blocks, really good low blocks, that card's a quality low block.
Yeah, and that's a great one specifically against Godzilla. So if we can echo this unfazed, well, if we echo the unfazed, then we're not spending the momentum to guarantee our next check. That's probably a very scary choice. But we checked the 6 here.
Yep, we're just gonna +2 it. That's still very like we are still a for most of our attacks here, even with +3, we are or +2 our check here. It's a I think we just take this. I don't want to give them a check bonus. Like well, maybe this is a good reason.
Oh, yeah, there goes all of Godzilla's foundations. Not only that, but when Godzilla goes to build foundations, it's going to be difficult with 2 cards in the card pool. And if Godzilla tries to play another attack after this rising uppercut on 0 foundations, then it's going to be extremely difficult to build after that.
Yep.
The one upside to Godzilla never building this game is that, they're kind of capping Paul's damage boost.
That is true. That is one of the things you're kind of hoping with Paul is you kind of make them put your opponent in a situation where they are wanting to play additional foundations just to be able to survive the stun out. But we're gonna try to send back this rising uppercut. Check a 3. All right, we committed. We got the pass. I'm pretty sure that last foundation's getting stunned here.
Yeah, this is going to be a 7. I mean, we'll use the Pauls once per turn, likely for the damage, probably ending up being a 7 damage uppercut. If it hits, Godzilla's going to be at 16 health. That's a very, very killable range.
We pitched the Genkais to give this stun to. That is either we have the other Genkais in hand, or we're just we are like you can't fit, or we're just saying you have to do 20 with no foundations.
Yeah, I think we're feeling so comfortable here. No City Rampage, no foundations. We're at 20 health. Like, yes, Godzilla might be able to do a chunk of that life total on this next attack, and Paul likely doesn't have much blocking power going forward, but I don't see a world in which Godzilla gets 2 attacks off. And we're going on an 8. We have +2 to our check, +1 to our check from the unfazed. That means +3 to our check, so we just check the 8.
Wow. It's like Alejandra is doing everything they can to get through this and put the board, and then there's like and David's just like I'm gonna find the next answer. Here's the next step.
Well, and this is the 6 check to build, right? This one finally free. It's going to get us momentum, so it's going to say +2 to our next check. So that decision to pitch the Genkais could be pretty bad here. I was saying no, Paul is completely comfortable, but that's because I'm not a Godzilla player, so my brain doesn't do Godzilla math, and David is doing Godzilla math here.
Well, looks like we got the report from table 1. Mike Hardiman has gone down. Alex, is moving on. So the Swiss champ is out of the tournament. Godzilla is taking its first victim.
Well, right here, okay, so this Titan Cliff is for 9 damage. That's going to leave Paul at 11. We have +3 to our next check. Even if we check a 3, if we play a 5 diff and check a 3, we still pass because it'll be on a 6. And it's channel energy. This is lethal. We check a 3. It does not matter because of the unfazed being blocked and not the Titan Cliff. It means that we got that +1 to our check. That +1 to our check was all that mattered. That's game. Channel energy wins it because this is going to be +6 damage.
Oh my God. The channel energy came in. Oh. Wow. The 1x channel energy came in out of the
I said I
board.
wanted to see it. I wish it
You
would have happened in the
manifested
game
it,
3.
David. You manifested it.
So the difference in this game really felt like it came down to choosing to block the unfazed.
Yeah.
And I understand Paul doing it because, I mean, I was doubting Godzilla. It felt like Paul really had this game. They were going to go into their next turn. Godzilla only at 16 health. Godzilla on no ready foundations. I mean, they were just going to be a punching bag. That was going to be an easy kill if Paul sees their next turn and even draws into a couple attacks, unless they just completely blank on their draw, they're going to find it. And so, one, the decision to block the unfazed meant that checking a 3 didn't matter. And then 2, the decision to pitch the Genkai's guidance, like you pointed out, meant that there was no out when the channel energy arrived.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you feel like 20 against a lot of characters, you're pretty safe. Godzilla is not a character you are safe at 20, I think. And that channel energy just came in there, and that was a heads up. That's a heads up because that's a 1x in the sideboard. So it's like they just like, I have this line. If the opponent falls, if they block exactly the unfazed, I have a chance. And it happened. Like, congratulations to David moving on to the semis. They await the winner of Kevin and Granados. That's the Zeke War Chief Midoriya on the move matchup, which that may take a while. I don't know. Like that match could go either way, because that match could be done in that Midoriya could build you could build Midoriya to 1,000,000 foundations and just launch a giant flash attack and call it a day, or they could find all the protection they need, and it could be a while. So
yeah, and speaking of being a while, I mean, that game, that whole round was finished in
over 30 minutes.
How long it's been? About 30 minutes. So there probably will be a little bit of an extended wait period between now and next round. I suppose now would be a good time if we wanted to throw on the bracket breakdown here so that everybody could see our wonderful 8 players from Spain. All right, here we go. So Mike Hardiman, like you mentioned, got taken down. The 1 seed got taken down by Chaos Godzilla Alex. So that we know of 2 of the 3 Chaos Godzillas are moving on to our top 4. We're going to be at least 50% Godzilla. Like you were saying, we have Deku on the move versus Zeke War Chief. And then Alex will be playing the winner of Rodan or Godzilla. So we know that we're going to have a Godzilla Challenger deck match on that side of the bracket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then also we have the other matchup is we have Daniel Osa in Ismail. We have a Rodan versus Godzilla match, which that is, we've seen that match so many times in so many variants, and it's just like watching a Rodan and Godzilla match can be such a slog because everything's coming in for like take 2 hits, Rodan's dead, but Rodan is just going to block for days.
Yeah, I would say that matchup is a little bit Rodan favored. But if Godzilla sees the right cards on turn 2, Rodan can just get cooked.
Yeah, exactly. And then obviously we have Midoriya on the move and the Zeke War Chief match at the bottom of the bracket. Like that's, I don't know, man. This is gonna be a really interesting top cut. If we have like the fleet of Godzilla, it's gonna be like we can end up with 3 Godzillas and the meta, and like we can have like the gatekeeper of the meta against what we believe is the meta. That's what we could be seeing in top cuts here.
Yeah, we'll just name this one Godzilla versus the meta. Who wins? Yeah, because Rodan and then the backup and the flash deck, I don't think that these are necessarily good matchups for Godzilla. Like I wouldn't feel comfortable as Godzilla going into any of these 3. But we'll see if Godzilla can take this one down. It was the most represented character by a wide margin, and most represented character in top cuts, and guaranteed to be the most represented in top 4.
Crazy.
Well, that is our top 8. We are going to take a little bit of a break here, but then top 4 will come back with Jesse and Sam as your casters. Don't go anywhere. While we do have quite a bit of time on the clock, we also have quite a few Godzillas, and Godzillas don't take very long to finish up their games. So I say it could be an extended break. This could be a 10-minute break.
Yep. Stay live, and we'll see you soon.
Give me some directions to get to you. To get to you, ain't gonna waste my time. I know that we got connection. I think about you. You're on my mind, on my mind, on my mind. Yeah, I'm going out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind. Yeah, for you, my love. You drive me crazy. Tell me what to do, what to do. I'm on my knees, yeah, I am begging you, begging you. I'll break the rules if it will get me to, yeah. Some directions to get to you, to get to you. Ain't gonna waste my time. I know that we got connection. I think about you, for you, my love. You drive me crazy. Tell me what to do, what to do. I'm on my knees, yeah, I am begging you, begging you. I'll break the rules if it will get me to, yeah. I'm saying let's go. You're saying maybe. Let's find a disco. You're stuck at home being so lazy. Hey. Give me some, give me some, give me some, give me some, give me some energy. Wanna come, wanna come, wanna come, wanna come, wanna come dance with me. Give me some, give me some, give me some, give me some, give me some energy. Wanna come, wanna come, wanna come, wanna come, wanna come dance with me. There's no fire when I smoke, I ain't letting you go. I can see you buzzing like you can't say no. There's no fire when I smoke, I ain't letting you
Welcome back, UniVersus community. We are here for top 4. So all the Godzillas have converted, Sam.
I was very wrong.
They are fair. They all have converted. We now have we have Alex and Daniel at the top of the bracket, both playing Chaos Godzilla. We've got David, who we just had on stream, and then we have Kevin, who is Alex's brother, who's putting the Midoriya on the move deck, is also in the top cut. So it is going to be a really interesting Midoriya against the Godzillas. It's the deck that everybody thinks is the meta run, the S tier meta versus the A tier gatekeeper of the meta. That's literally what we are looking at. This is, if you want a look at this format and look at where we're at in this game, this is it. Can you, like, first of all, can you beat a Godzilla? And then can you beat the high tier decks that exist that are better, that may be better than Godzilla? So it's going to be an interesting match, to say the least.
Yeah, I guess no matter what, our finals is going to have a Godzilla in it. And if it's Midoriya versus Godzilla, there's a lot of interesting things to talk about there. But for our Godzilla versus Godzilla matchup in this semifinals, one of the things that is always really difficult to parse out is how important is that board wipe, that once per game. It's typically used when you go second, right? But because Godzillas that go first might bank momentum against you, the fact that they can play cards like Citywide Rampage, that they can just hard check a 5 with no foundations and then start giving themselves check bonuses, that could be a really, really scary game plan. And I wouldn't be too surprised if we don't see it come up at all in this matchup. But what we do see is what looks to be a Titan Cliff to start things off. However, we checked a 3.
Yeah, a Titan Cliff leadoff here. We're definitely means we're trying to scope the hand together. We didn't find a Rampage to lead off. Committing 3 foundations it's gonna be a tough one. Just for people know, if we were wondering at home, Alex is 9 years old.
Yeah.
And his brother Kevin is, we believe he's 13, 14. So the youth of this region are definitely out in force for this event.
Yeah, we see the fearsome transformations getting used defensively here. Maybe we're digging for that high block, not wanting to get put behind on the health totals early, but without a momentum, we are going to have to discard a card. So not strictly pure card advantage. Whereas on the other side here, David's got Titan Cliff building in a finally free, which is going to get us a momentum. So we ramped a resource in our stage, ramped a resource in momentum. Now that's +2 to the check bonus. We basically can't fail another attack. But I will point out, David added that card to his momentum, but he did not ready the Master's Pride. Is that intentional to save for a later turn? Because once you flip it, you can't use it again? Or do you think we just missed the opportunity to do so?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it looks like we decided to follow up this with a Heat Ray. It looks
bonkers
players. Yep. So I definitely would like to take a minute and let's go through, like, these decks are similar in some ways, completely different in others. Is the best way to describe it. On one side of this, we have Alex is kind of playing a lot of the tried and true thing I don't usually see. We're seeing the Tournament Advance, we're seeing the Smash Stop, we're only seeing like one Vast Hybrid, one Unfazed. We're playing Blue Flame Torment as a 4X. We're also playing 4 Walk the Dogs. Like, we are on the, your board's committed. Okay, I have really cheap attacks that are +3 damage.
Yeah, so we did see the Titan Cliff got through for 9 damage, but we had the +1 low block for the Heat Ray, which is really nice because that Heat Ray would have flipped our last foundation in stage on top of being worth, I think, about 12 damage there. So definitely something scary to watch out for. Heat Ray is not always included in a lot of lists. I see it quite a few times as like maybe a one of or a 2 of. When you do get that on damage trigger, it can be quite crippling against the opponent's stage. But just the build here from Alex, not putting an aggression down, even though we have the military airship ready to go. So if Alex gets another turn, expect him to pop off explosively. But speaking of explosive, we've got the citywide rampage for David here. He's going to be pushing his advantage now up by 9 health.
Yeah, the rampage lines are where we are. Especially here, you go, the unfazed city rampage line with momentum back up.
Yeah, this one's going to be pretty crazy. We got +2 to our check. We actually overchecked. We checked an 8 on a 7 here, and we're going to be able to echo this. And if Alex wants to block this 11 damage move, it's going to give another +1 to all checks for the turn. So right now we've got +2 to all of our checks to play attacks. Blocking this unfazed would make it +3. If we block the echoed unfazed, it's going to be +4 for the rest of the turn.
Mm-hmm. It was like, we're just going to fail this block. We're like, hey, we're just going to take it.
Yeah, Alex thinking better of it. Probably the right call if it wasn't for the fact that that's a vast hybrid Chimera Kraken, Jesse. And with the military airship in play, I think what he wants to do is he wants to block with while checking a 5. And so that way he can actually block a second time, but realizing if we commit out for this first block, recurring a high block won't really help us anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these unfazed is definitely something that's been more of a recent add to these builds of Godzilla. I like, some people were playing, ooh, I like this.
Okay.
Partial. We're gonna partial out here for the Blue Flame Torment. The problem is they get the check bonus. So now
Yeah,
they're +3 here.
You still get the check bonus on a partial, and we don't have any momentum. So the response to -2 from the card pool not going to be active here either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one thing we were like, I wish we had an attack last turn we could have tried to pressure with, just to have a momentum to back this up. But now looking at this here, I think Daniel might, like, he's got like this walk the dog, and I think that's, Chet Banks the 6 on the walk the dog here. Because that was on a 7, 8, 9. Because I think there's only one committed foundation here.
Yeah, only one committed foundation with +3 to the check, I thought, from the unfazed. Maybe we forgot the unfazed. That's gonna get canceled.
Canceled the airship with the
Yeah, leaving up the pass-through walls was smart. We almost committed that one first, but realizing that we did have an asset to cancel now. That -1, progressive difficulty on blocking, probably not the game decider, but if it is, how amazing would that be, Jesse? Oh, and it looks like it.
Yeah,
it
that's
might have
it.
been.
He's just gonna take it. That's all it is. And it looks like Alex's deck just did not want to agree with him in that matchup. But remember, Alex is the 8 seed, so he is, even if he had to go second here. We'll see if he has better luck going first. For going into game 2. It's so crazy watching these 30. Sorry, it's so crazy watching these 34 health characters, 6 hand size, and the games are done on turn 2, turn 3. There's like it's 10. Everything's 10 damage. Do you eventually get there?
Yeah, it looks like we have a small correction. It should actually be Daniel Osa that is playing, not David Diaz Perez. David is fighting against the Deku in Top Cut.
My apologies. My apologies.
We will get that fixed pretty soon. But yeah, the good news for Alex is we know that the Godzilla deck is good at beating Godzilla. So
yep,
he's got
aware of that.
He's got a pretty good chance going first here in game 2. But we do look like we're going into the sideboard here. Maybe going to get some different attack options.
Yeah, let's see here. Looking at Alex's deck, Sideboard wise, we got Runaway in the sideboard. I don't disagree with that in this matchup. Also we have Runaway, Destructive Slam, Duel of the Ackermans, and Heat Ray. Duel of the Ackermans is one of those cards that like I see it in some of these lists, and it's just always a five. The thing is, it's only when you're really trying to like pressure it could come in this matchup. I like to get out foundations, and if your opponent wants to pay 3 life for it, that's you're getting the extra damage you're looking for, because it's only a 5 high for 4. So in that Godzilla, it's a 5 high 7. Like, so it gets a lot of value if they decide to take it. They decide to not blow up. On the other side, we got some Runaways as well. Cape of No Return, Filled with Doubt, Gently Theft. I like Gently Theft. I don't think this is the matchup for it, but who knows? We can see what happens here. And then we have Guardian Angel of Chinatown as well. I don't think that's a really good one for this matchup. But we'll see what we end up here. Players have already shuffled up. They are dealing out their opening hands. We'll see what we end up with here.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Cards like Gently Theft are typically for decks that are really good at playing defense, right? At defensively enhancing. Not something we're going to expect from either of these two decks. I think that potentially a board wipe could have been useful, because we did see some bad checks on the early attacks, right? So there's some early cards. So I don't remember exactly what the foundation count was like at the start of Alex's second turn, but if we have the option to board wipe after like a double build from our opponent going second, I feel like that's almost certainly going to be the play here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Lead off with a pass. We're gonna pass through walls. As far as song. Oh, Master's Pride. We'll take this rebuild. I mean, we'll take efficiency here. Double Realization, Fearsome Transformation.
Yeah, lots of filter, lots of discard, and
Self-Doubt. I can't tell what that last one he just built is. It's either I think that is a self. I think that's because he's playing like a bunch of he has a couple of one-ofs that are like, yeah, I think that's Self-Doubt. Which is a card I haven't seen play in a minute. But we're just gonna double build pass. We're gonna build out and pass again. I think we're actually this is a line where like I want my opponent to like feel threatened and blow up the board. Nope. All right, we're just gonna build again.
Okay, notably, assets do survive the board wipe. So having an asset down is pretty nice, but only a build 2 anyways, Jesse. That could have been, I don't know, discard my hand, put us both back to nothing. Interesting stuff here, but that tells me we're going to have some pretty nice defensive cards in our hand. We saw a Runaway get added to the discard pile earlier. I think we got 1 or 2 of those in hand, so looks like we got some greedy actions we want to hold on to.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to activate the Form with Realization here. We're both doing we'll put our card in the center, like to make sure we get the right reveal. So cycle. We reviewed an attack, and they did a foundation, so we got the commit, and we're coming with Determined Advance. Checking out 3. But we're immediately about to write in those 3 foundations. see what we decide on here.
Love me some determined advance. This one gives Godzilla a momentum. Can't reduce the speed on this one, which again, probably not super relevant in this matchup. Difficult to reduce the damage meaningfully.
And we're gonna ready all the Master's Prides and just like, all right.
A lot of Master's Prides. And now would be a great time to just cape this attack and not have to deal with it.
Yeah, this is like Turbine Advance is just such a brutal card in this matchup because it's just like, all right, we're gonna try to partial.
No shot we're trying to pass this.
Nope.
Oh my. We committed 4 cards to partial that?
Oh, the follow-up.
The greatest bait of all time, Jesse. We didn't lead off with a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. Maybe we were trying to bait out our rival's Cape of No Return, but we can first enhance, commit the asset. Uh-oh.
We're gonna freeze. We're gonna give him the chance. I think he's like, I want you to use that cape.
Yeah, this seems kind of crazy. Trying to force the cape out.
Yeah, we are giving him all the time in the world to make the decision about caping this, and I'm like, he's like, come on, I know you want to.
And I mean, he's not. So there's
the thing is, we have a pass through walls, so it's like
true.
He's like, I don't have to do anything here. Oh, we're gonna run away. So we're gonna take the ascent. We're gonna take 6 instead of 9. Oh no.
Oh
No, we are being explained.
We're gonna take 15 from this.
We're gonna take 15.
We're gonna lose the health for cost before you make the check. You got to do that before you even make the check, right? And then once you fail the check, you're gonna still take damage. So yeah, we're gonna pay that 6. Then we're gonna take the 9. We're at 14.
1.
I was just about to say, what if we end up having to commit the passer walls to pass our checks, though? You know, I kind of feel like we're just not fully aware of the Cape of No Return, but it would be like a next level, you know, mega mind kind of play to say, I want you to remove it, not just commit it so I can cancel it with my passer walls.
Like, I would like to remove this. You got it. I got another attack. I'm good.
We're just not.
You got another one.
Check the 7 on a 7.
I love it. He's like, I got this either way.
Yeah, he doesn't even need. That's how powerful Alex is. He can beat you 3 different ways, and he gets to choose which way he's gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
We also haven't. We've got the check bonuses from Blue Flame. We still have 1 momentum. We could get +4 to our check here potentially.
He's got 1 more attack after this. Yep, we got 1 more attack. Our hand is on. We're on fire here.
We had 2 different answers to the cape, and we killed through it anyways.
Yep. It's like, yeah, I got this. No problem. And here's a walk the dog to finish it. It's just like,
yep. Checks on a 7, passes a 7. It's just that easy. We're going to game 3, Jesse.
I know.
And how important, you know, I want to say that the runaway play wasn't that big of a deal, because if we don't get our attack caped, right, it's roughly the same damage.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We let them cape a potentially 10 damage Blue Flame torment, and the runaway 6 health I don't think actually mattered there. The progressive difficulty might have. That's the only thing that's different, I think, is the progressive difficulty might have. But I think with the check bonuses from the first Blue Flame torment, I don't think it mattered. I think Alex just had him dead to right in every which way.
So we're gonna go to game 3 here. Now it's like we both had our let's go first play. Now it's the actual. This is the match. How does Daniel pull this? Does Daniel get to pull this out with being player 1, or does Alex break serve and get there? That's gonna be the decision. Like Daniel had to mulligan that opening hand. He's just like, that's not gonna work here. Let's see. We end up with 3 builds. Okay.
All right, not too bad, not too shabby. None of them give momentum, but you know, a citywide rampage into a Titan Cliff can easily fix some stuff like that. Got the airship coming down first and foremost. Nice. Finally free. It's okay. We'll commit Godzilla.
Ooh, we are running on the 4s here.
Yeah, we are playing some high difficulty maneuvers. League invitation. What a throwback.
I love it. That is actually
Sorry, is that interview?
That's league interview. That's
okay. Sorry, league interview. League invitation is the one that makes the rival make a check.
Yeah, I was like, it looks like we're gonna get the double build. I want to. This is.
We're one foundation away.
We're drawing 7. We're drawing 7. We flipped the set. We slipped the short-term promotion.
Yeah, we're one foundation away from being able to do the once per game. So
yeah,
not able to punish the double build here going second, but I mean maybe you don't even want to do that. Your stage is pretty well set up. The league interview, okay, we're gonna build again. Makes sense. Double league interview, okay, that's gonna help us block. It's not really gonna help us offensively because we already have one with the first form, so you can only form once. But between the free momentum from finally free and the +1 to our check to get things started from the league interview, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the board wipe here. No, we're gonna go for the form, discard and draw. Oh, catches Alex discarding a foundation. That means he's gonna have to commit one of the foundations in his stage, wisely choosing the face down foundation. Citywide rampage coming in now.
Here we go. It's we had a couple turns to really sculpt something together here. Plus this, it's gonna be a tough turn to get through, but maybe Alex is in good shape here. We're gonna see. We're gonna start off with a walk the dog. That's commit 3. That's a start here. That is interesting because it's making me wonder what else we have in hand for this. Or are we hoping to draw cards?
I mean, drawing cards is nice. I like drawing cards.
True.
I was definitely not expecting the leadoff walk the dog.
We'll take our momentum. It's like we're both just like, I'm gonna go get our momentum. I'm gonna go get a momentum.
Yeah, this is potentially a pretty heavy commitment if walk the dog was the only attack in our hand. You know, committing like the citywide rampage to then play a walk the dog on an 8 is, you know, potentially not too bad if you check well, but considering we did not, now we're destroying foundations again. Maybe this is to play around the once per game, but I gotta feel like if this passes back over to Alex, which it might not, let me be very clear, this could still be Daniel's game to win here, but if this passes back over to Alex, which we see the walk the dog, the block the walk the dog, and with the +2 from Godzilla and the bonus from league interview, he's going to be able to pass that.
Yep. Yeah, because I think that's worth the full out for that block. Let's see what the follow up. Oh, heat ray follow up. It's early. Like early heat rays are like they definitely come in for some amount of damage, but I never like it's. I'm always more scared of the heat ray right before they're about to cycle than the one that they're playing on like a early. Like he's counting up here. I think we're gonna get +2, +3. So it's okay. So we're at +6 on this heat race. We're at 12. We're gonna go pick up our block. We're gonna pick up that walk the dog. It's like I'm good. I love watching airship game played in any deck. It's just like, what am I doing? I'm gonna pick up my block. Most of the time, that's what I see most people do with it. And then once in a blue moon, we get I'm gonna play an extra attack this turn because I can.
Yeah, I don't think we are gonna be able to. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to block this. However, our rival did commit a decent amount of foundations for us to be able to play that walk the dog we just added back to our hand. So we've already got 2 committed. Looks like we're gonna commit 2 more here. Those walk the dogs that Alex has are now all gonna be 4 diffs, but still get every benefit of being a 5 or higher diff, whether it's Citywide Rampage or Godzilla's static ability. We don't have the airship offense though, so we are gonna have to actually draw some attacks. But walk the dog is pretty good at that too.
I would love to see the walk the dog chain happen here. Like we just like, oh, I have my 1, and here's some more, and they're just like really easy to pass. And we have. Let's see what we get to start here. We're just gonna build. The hand says build. We got to build. I'm gonna build to pass.
Yeah, unfortunate. Again, it's very contested. People have very strong opinions about when and where to do the board reset. I think that could have been a pretty fine time, unless you've got an insanely good build. Anytime I'm building, less than 4 cards that I really like, and even sometimes when I can, I think that once per game reset is fine. Doing it while Godzilla has momentum can be pretty scary, but I think that was our opportunity to kind of reset things and get back into the game.
Yeah, looks like we did it. We did not activate the short-term promotion, so we're just a 6 hand size this turn. But you have double monstrous aggression here. We're gonna fire off this smash stomp and see what we get to start off. I mean, this starts at a 5. This starting it's starting stats are just so. This attack's just so strong. I love it. It's such a I love this promo. I said it yesterday. I love this promo. Get little Godzilla running around.
Yeah, the little baby Godzilla is absolutely adorable. But what's not adorable is this is pretty much going to force us to block with that walk the dog that we know that Alex has, unless he's got another better low block in hand. But what's a better low block is Smashing Stomp, another attack that we'd almost certainly prefer to play on our own turn.
Yeah, taking a look here, we got a couple of different. Looks like we're just gonna block with the walk the dog. I think that's the right line though at this situation. Looks like we're gonna follow up with a heat ray, and we're gonna check a 3 and have to commit 1 for it here.
Man, they really enjoy this heat ray action in the UK,
yeah,
or I guess in the EU, I should say. Sorry, the EU.
I mean, it's a really strong control piece. It's just the base speed, and the base speed is so strong. Like, even there's always like moment of normalcy decks. They're like, all right, I'll set this out there, and they're like, okay, like it's base. Like, you can either reset it back to 7 after they reduce speed, or you just feel like it starts at you like, or if they more normalcy the attack itself, it's like, well, I'll try to block it. It's like, well, you brought it back to 7. Like not much else happening.
Yeah, I definitely think that the high base speed is one of the most appealing things to the heat ray. For a while there's quite a few decks that were relying on speed resets back to printed, and cards like Desperate Struggle have been really popular. That's not very useful against the 7 speed move, and we see this one come in and deal some damage here, putting Alex down to 5. This could be it. We could be punching our ticket to the grand finals of the Alicante, Spain regional, but looks like we are deciding which cards to hold and which cards to build, giving Alex one more chance at this.
Yep. The guy, if we were not, if Daniel didn't have that much momentum, I'd be willing to press the button this turn.
Yeah.
But like a Godzilla with 2 momentum that's really scary.
Yeah, but you're at such a low life total. I think you have to if you don't have attacks. If you cannot, if you cannot even threaten lethal, I feel like you have to go based on the idea that you'll get to build 2 cards and he might fail his first form, you know? He could just raw check a 3 and never get to use the Godzilla stat pump, but it looks like we're not. We're just gonna build 1 and pass. So kind of a bricky situation for Alex here. Unfortunate.
All right, we're gonna draw 7 here. Ooh. I kind of wonder if I wish I could get a better. I got 1. I see 1 orange. I think I see only like 2 possible orange cards. I see 1 orange card and 1, I think, promo Smash Seed Stomp. So let's see what we decide to do. We do have that. Luckily, we do have the air base for the double block. Yep, we're gonna blow up the board. What's bear costs?
Interesting. I would not have expected.
He had 1 attack.
Oh, you know, that
he
makes
tried
more
to go for it. He tried to go for it. I mean,
I don't hate it.
fine. I don't hate it.
I don't love
right.
it, but I don't hate it. I feel like, I guess if I only had the 1, I thought I saw him discard a Titan Cliff, but
He discarded a Titan Cliff. He's
yeah.
like,
So I feel like if we just play,
oh no,
oh my goodness, this is the dude. This is the wackiest game 3 of all time, Jesse. Do it again. Ah, he should have gone for it again. So I get the idea, right? You get rid of all those foundations. EX3 with all that momentum is just a purely unblockable move. There's not enough health to use Runaway to get around it. So I dig the game plan. It's sort of like a, you know, it's a checkmate scenario, but without the battle arena asset that Godzilla's used to rely on to pull that move off. You know, it's you can see why it's a little risky here, but luckily never punished. Alex only built 1 foundation, and now we get to send it back with 4 in stage. So it's looking very one-sided. Another build 1 pass. What is in our hand, Jesse? What do we have?
it's got to be like all the 6 stiffs.
It's got to be
gotta
every
like,
walk the dog ever, right?
yeah.
Like at some point, you got to just be reviewing those cards. We got to be. I don't know.
Like we got it looks like we were gonna lead off this Kraken here.
Yikes! Even if we don't win the game here, the Frozen Foundation probably guarantees that we can.
Yep. We don't have momentum. We don't have. We're gonna be We're gonna be in a tough situation here in just a moment. Let's take a look here. No updates yet from the other side, the other match, just to let everybody know. We just fumbled. Like he's just like, I'm gonna do my thing. What do we got? I am wondering what is happening at this moment. We don't really have a. It seems to be a discussion with the judge. I am guessing of some sort. Okay, so we go for the freeze. The thing is, we can't run away. I wonder if we got stuck with like we brought the runaways in and we're just sitting on them and they're just like they're not. We just got too much. Like we have too much reaction. Yeah, it's like I'm gonna show you another Kraken. Are we? Do you want to play? Yeah,
That's gonna do it. Daniel Osa is gonna make it into the grand finals. Unfortunate for Alex, man, and we were really cheering for him. I was saying if it goes back to his turn, I feel like the advantage is in his court. You know, I felt like he had the advantage for a while there, but you know, one or two bricks in a row, not using the once per game, letting the rival use the once per game first, and then getting stuck with build one pass, build one pass. I mean, how do you come back from that?
Exactly. That's definitely a situation where those you got caught behind the ball essentially. You're just like, hey, I'm gonna try to get through this. I'm gonna try to survive this process, and it's just not enough.
Unfortunate, but we are gonna take a small little break here, and we are gonna find out some more information for you all for our next round of top cuts. We've still got Midoriya on the move versus Godzilla, King of the Monsters, and hopefully, potentially, we can get a game 2 or potentially a game 3 from that set on the stream. No promises, though. I'm not there in person, so I cannot force that to happen. But we're going to get you as much of the coverage as we can. Please don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss a second of this exciting action from your Alicante, Spain regional.
Izu.
Give me some directions to get to you. to get to you. Ain't gonna waste my time. I know that we got connection. I think about you. You're on my mind, on my mind, on my mind. Yeah, I'm going out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind. Yeah, for you, my love. You drive me crazy. Tell me what to do, what to do. I'm on my knees, yeah, I am begging you, begging you. I'll break the rules if it will get me to you. Some directions to get to you, to get to you. Ain't gonna waste my time. I know that we got connection. I think about you, for you, my love. You drive me crazy. Tell me what to do, what to do. I'm on my knees, yeah, I am begging you, begging you. I'll break the rules if it will get me to you. I've been waiting for this. Yeah, it's been up on my mind. Oh, it's hard to resist. Feeling like one of a kind. Oh, now the hard time's over. And for a moment, I won't look back now. Yeah, and it's moving closer. I can feel it coming. Oh, now it's my time now. Oh, now when I look back, it's like it's another game that I'm playing now. 'Cause it's finally here. Finally, finally here. Yeah, here. Oh, 'cause it's finally here. Finally, finally here. Yeah, ooh. I've been staring again, gazing at the night sky. And even though it's the same, it feels like I got new eyes. Oh, now the hard time's over. And for a moment, I won't look back now. Yeah, and it's moving closer. I can feel it coming. Oh, no, it's my time now. 'Cause it's finally here. Finally, finally here. Yeah, here. Oh, 'cause it's finally here. Finally, finally here. Yeah, ooh. Finally here. Finally, oh, ooh. Ooh. Finally here. Finally here now. Now when I look back, it's like it's another game that I'm playing. I sought to reach the sky, even though it took a while. I know that I can rest now. 'Cause it's finally here. Finally, finally here. Yeah, here. Oh, 'cause it's finally here. Finally, finally here.
Welcome back, everybody, for the final time today for your Alicante, Spain Regional Championship. I, of course, am Sam Tate. I'm joined by David Dooms, and we got a matchup that you all knew was going to happen by the time we got to the semifinals, probably, and that is Deku on the move versus Godzilla, King of the Monsters. These decks, I don't think could be any different, David, besides the fact that they're like both six-handers and they both have the water symbol. I don't know if there's anything else similar about these two decks.
Yeah, we have the extreme aggression of Godzilla, at least the Godzillas that we've seen so far on the stream, just full sending it with City Rampage every single turn. And then you have Deku, who wants to build up his stage and slowly get to a massive attack that just dumpsters you for all of your health. That's going to be pretty difficult with Godzilla. 34 health. You do have to build up quite a good sized stage as Midoriya, which is difficult because Godzilla has a first form that says blow up your whole stage, kind of a natural counter to Deku. But at the same time, Deku has a natural counter to Godzilla by flashing one of Godzilla's moves and just getting a free block. I think it'll be a really interesting game.
Yeah, this is going to be like a classic battle. You know, I know Godzilla is not really a villain, right? Godzilla is more of a symbol. And My Hero Academia characters know all about what it means to be a symbol. But I love the thematics that Godzilla is going to be trying to destroy the city, right? He's going to be trying to knock down everything in Tokyo. And it's going to be up to Izuku Midoriya, the plucky little hero, the protagonist, to protect the city from this giant monster. And we've got a great build from Godzilla here. 5 foundations. That's going to be integral to getting this early aggression off to the races, because we see the immediate transformation of Midoriya into the flip side, Quirks Unleashed. But as we've talked about before, David, this can theoretically be the weakest that Midoriya will be for the rest of the game.
Yeah, only 3 ready foundations on Midoriya's side, and Godzilla is going to be a 7-hander this turn if they choose to be, with short-lived promotion, and then with horrifying realization, we'll effectively be able to see 8 cards at form speed. It's not very hard to imagine Godzilla playing 4 or 5 attacks this turn. Midoriya flipping to Quirks Unleashed means that they can easily take care of 1 attack. But 4 or 5 attacks, we could be looking at a turn 2 kill if Godzilla draws hot.
Yeah, this is this is gonna be pretty tough if Godzilla sees a scorching hand. However, if Godzilla does not see a lot of attacks, if we don't get a lot of orange cards, we could see the game slip away from Godzilla's hands basically immediately. So we've got the horrifying realization coming down as our first form of the turn. We're going to both discard a card, both players discard a card and draw a card. And we see a Goblin Bolt get discarded. That's an amazing defensive piece.
Yeah, I'm extremely curious as to what we're holding into our hand over Goblin Bolt. I know it's a mid block, and Godzilla's attacks typically aren't mid, right? We've got a Smashing Stomp in here, that's a low. We see Krakens, Unfazed, those are both highs. And so it feels bad to partial block something, but I think the benefit of Aerial Goblin Bolt is so high that it makes it worth it. We did see a pretty cool play on Godzilla's side where they have a Titan Cliff in hand, and they, with Horrifying Realization, they discarded a 6-check. To draw, guaranteeing that they have a 6-check in their discard pile to then build off of that Titan Cliff. And right away, we've got Midoriya blocking here. It's going to be a full block. I think that's the reason we let go of Bolt, is we just wanted to keep that full block in our hand. Unfazed coming in next on a 7. But we had +1 to our check with Smashing Stomp. That means we check a 6. We commit Master's Pride. We know that if we build in like a finally free off of a Titan Cliff, we can get a momentum and then ready Master's Pride. Choosing to block the Unfazed, but we're using Airy Smiles because we quickly flashed it. We're still going to get the response off on the Unfazed, though.
Yeah, we'll still get the +1 to the checks, which kind of counteracts the fact that there will be a non-attack card in the card pool. But unless we have a way to generate momentum, I have to assume that this is where the aggression is gonna end. We do see another orange card in hand, so there is one more attack. But I mean, even with the bonus from unfazed, what's the likelihood we're gonna be able to play it as our fourth card into the card pool, especially when we've got checks like this coming up. Luckily, unfazed is +1 to checks to play all cards, and we're gonna go
Swinging
for
it.
it on a 9.
Yeah, he's
Check.
going to check a 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't mind this play because we pass it even on a 3, and we're building in a foundation off of it.
I don't mind this play because Midoriya is essentially defenseless. This is a card that even if you, like you said, even if we checked a 3, we passed it, right? And this is going to be 9 damage to the face. We're going to get to build a 6 check card, and we're going to get to fix our hand to maybe go find a defensive piece that we'd like to see. We saw in previous matchups, these Godzilla decks have access to Runaway, which is one of the best answers to Midoriya's offense.
Yeah, and building in the finally free, it's going to get us some momentum. We can ready Master's Pride if we're going to be playing another attack after this. That can kind of be a sign. We chose not to ready Master's Pride. Could just be we forgot. Could be we don't have any more attacks. Although we did immediately spend the momentum for +2 to our check. So I'm assuming at least one more is coming out here.
Yeah, so we did see this in previous games where it did seem intentional that he was trying to save it for next turn, but it looks like, would we have passed that if we had one more foundation? Because we had 2 ready plus Godzilla. We had +1,
Yeah, to our check.
3 to our check. So we checked the 6, 7,
We would have
8,
passed
9.
it. We would have passed it if we ready.
We would have passed it. Yeah, we needed to ready that Master's Pride. Just a little mental misstep here in the grand finals. This is where the pressure is highest. And I gotta say, David, that heat ray would have been absolutely huge. Not only would it have come in for at least 10 damage, I think it would have been closer to 14 or 15 damage, but the on damage trigger to flip 2 foundations in Midoriya's stage would have slowed him down immensely towards getting to the necessary damage numbers we're going to need to pull off our win condition. So hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us, because I got to think that would have been a game changer.
That was huge. Yeah, the difference between Midoriya being at 6 health and on life support and at 20 health. I mean, at 20, we're feeling pretty comfortable here. See, as sweeping daggers come into play.
Ooh, get the unfazed. Yes. I love it when sweeping daggers can steal an echo. And this is what I was talking about. We got a momentum from our foundation. We've got the vestige that says after you committed to pay a cost, you get to add it to your momentum. So we can now pay for this echo because sweeping daggers copies all keyword abilities.
Yeah, and dealing that full 34 health in one punch is just not going to be the most feasible, especially when we know Godzilla is going to reset our stage. So getting Godzilla down to, about 20-ish health makes it much, much more realistic.
Yeah, I could have sworn, was there a damage reduction effect? I could have sworn we formed with Midoriya for +3/+3. Yeah, okay, it looks like we're setting it up. No, I guess not. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought that's how we got the momentum, right? Was we had to commit for Midoriya?
Right. We definitely formed. There should be
Moment of Normalcy is committed. I was looking up the name of the foundation. It was Third Wielder. It was Third Wielder Fajin that got added to our momentum. So we Moment of Normalcy for -3 damage, which doesn't sound great on paper, but that's probably the most damage you were gonna reduce with it this turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't want to go turns where you just chose not to use Moment of Normalcy, and then over the course of several turns, you're down an additional 6 to 10 health because of it. But at the same time, you always want to be holding it for that the potential bomb attack that could come. So sweeping's going to flip.
I will say one thing we've seen throughout the EU Godzillas more than the North American Godzillas is the fact that they will spend 1 momentum to block way more often. I feel like North American Godzillas almost never block. When they do, they will only spend momentum to do so if it's dire straits or they have a plethora of bonus momentum, right? They have extra momentum, but lots of times we've seen the EU Godzillas have one momentum, spend it, check a 3, and need that bonus to their check to be able to block attacks. So let's see if that 4 health matters. That's 2 Midoriya forms. So that's 4 foundations we saved by blocking that attack. That sounds like a good rate to me.
Yeah, and we just drew a hand of all gray plus a city rampage. So we'd like to hold that city rampage in the next turn and see if we can just rip a super hot hand. It's going to be pretty difficult once Midoriya builds up their stage here a little bit. We probably want to go 1 crazy turn and then reset. But hopefully let's play a 5-6 attack string on our next turn because we definitely have the foundation base to do it. I think that of Godzillas on stream, I have not seen one with this many foundations this whole weekend.
Yeah, I'm curious if do we have the short-lived promotion? One of the neat plays you
We
can
don't have
make.
it out yet. Yeah,
Yeah,
you build 3 after the blow up.
Well, what I was gonna say is if we had the extra card draw in hand to have 2 attacks plus a city rampage and still do the once per game, that could be an avenue to winning, right? All you have to do is check well on the city rampage theoretically to be able to check well on the other 2 attacks after it. But we see a raw phantom threat.
Yeah, phantom threat coming in. Maybe we're working for momentum, although I don't see a momentum based foundation and stage like a cheerleader.
Yeah, it would just be fueling a future phantom threat or potentially a powerful or EX that gets stolen with a sweeping daggers. But yeah, normally
Also, it could just be I'm trying to get you to block with your city rampage.
yeah, that would be a pretty heads up call trying to call out the mid block. But it looks like we have inspiring song. We're gonna check well on this one, and I'm really curious what was the setup here. What is that a bait for? Because typically Phantom Threat, that's prime real estate, David. That's our win condition. And if your rival has a Genkai's Guidance, which is on symbol, if they have a runaway or something like that, you know, you're gonna have to wait until you draw a whole nother Phantom Threat. We saw Mitchell Chimino in Louisville play the female Titan attacks. That's an attack that shifts into a backup that can fish up punches from your discard pile, but it doesn't look like we're playing that one here. So that Phantom Threat might be doomed in the discard pile until further notice.
Wow, Godzilla played this. We blew up the board that we had so preciously built up.
Yeah, but I think it was about the right call. I think Midoriya was at the point where he could form out his whole stage pretty much, pass a Phantom Threat, which, spoiler, the other Phantom Threat was already in hand, which is why we probably felt safe to send that Phantom Threat through as a 4 mid for 5. But at the same time, you know, there are answers to that card. But I think it was mathematically, I think we had to if we weren't going to win the game that turn.
I think so too. I mean, unless we had ripped 3 or 4 attacks. But if he only had 1 attack in hand or
Right.
0,
And
I understand it.
the really good thing about this matchup for Godzilla is you're pretty much guaranteed to get 2 build turns out of your rival after you destroy the board. There's almost no shot here that Midoriya does anything super impressive, almost to the point where he might be better off transforming back into the front side Deku just to give -3 speed to multiple attacks. I don't know if that's what I would do here because flashing and drawing a card is really strong. So it'll really depend on how many cards we can build this turn.
Yeah, the -3 speed is extremely good against Godzilla. It means you can pretty much block his entire string if you have the cards to do it. I was a little surprised, honestly, back at the beginning of the game that we had transformed with only 3 ready foundations when our Godzilla had started off with the 5. But again, I still can't quite shake it just how different this game would have felt if Midoriya was at 6 health. It just
Right. If Midoriya was at 6 health, we flipped the card that gave us momentum, so we could not do the echo on unfazed, right? Now we're gonna see the blitz come down, get the vast hybrid chimera kraken enhance, and we're gonna freeze that momentum generator, which makes perfect sense to me. Nothing else is super active in the stage, right? We're not reducing damage. We don't have an asset in play, so it was pretty much between discard and draw and get a momentum. And I don't want Godzilla to have momentum.
Yeah, I think Finally Free has been pretty consistently the best foundation in Godzilla's stage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Godzilla's were playing Titan's Pursuit, which was a 2/5 that required your rival to block to give you a momentum. And now we see a 3/6 that you can tutor with Titan Cliff that just enhances to give you a momentum. So it's definitely a pure upgrade for my eyes.
Yeah, and I see a question in chat about the Street Fighter Foundation in Godzilla stage. That's the Guardian Angels of Chinatown. Basically, the damage of an attack cannot be messed with if they flip it. So if our rival tries to play some damage reduction, we can take that off. As Godzilla, we want all of our attacks to be hitting like trucks. Probably won't come up in this game. I don't really see any damage reduction on Deku's side unless they do build in like a moment of normalcy of their own. Otherwise, that's probably just a foundation to pass checks, which is most of Godzilla's foundations. Oh no, they're saying on Deku's side.
All right, so the stages are coming back. They're rebuilding healthy. Nature is healing. Oop.
Yeah, on Deku's side, I believe it's Elegance and Beauty for commit. This attack is -2 speed.
Yeah, it's the one where Chun-Li's playing the violin. It's a kick. It's got the kick trait. I don't know if that means anything in this deck or if you just needed a speed hate foundation with the right block zone. I think it's a low block.
There is no way that's a violin. That's like a Street Fighter version of a cello.
What would a Street Fighter version of a cello be? What does that mean? Is it a cello that fires Hadokens? Is it?
I have no idea. It looks very elegant,
is it a
though.
cello
And
that's
beautiful.
gonna throw down with you in the middle of a New York City back street? What does that mean, David?
I don't know. You know,
You could have just corrected me on what instrument it was, but then you had to say a Street Fighter version. Come on.
Yeah. I corrected you with a correction that sounded absolutely no smarter.
Bonkers, absolutely bonkers response. The Street Fighter. Okay, I want to know what's the Street Fighter.
Yeah,
version.
actually, technically, yeah, that's a Street Fighter cello. Yeah, very rare.
What does
cello.
the Street Fighter guitar look like? What does that do? Do they have other Street Fighter? What's the Street Fighter version of a cheeseburger, David? Does it give you super meter when you eat it?
It's more elegant. It's like a Krabby Patty.
All right, we've got Heat Ray, the fastest possible attack from the rival here. That's going to be pretty easily dealt with because of our Street Fighter version of a cello, making it easier to block. But unfortunately, the breaker on Violent Anima Shot is going to get canceled by pass-through walls. And now the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken getting flash makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that is the right one to flash for sure. Don't let them commit and freeze anything that you need. And we're blocking with the airy smiles too, just to make sure.
Adding the flash keyword to this attack means we skip the enhance step. That means our rival doesn't get to commit and freeze one of our foundations. Now the airy smiles block the response. We flip a foundation. You have to play a non-attack card as your next form. And that actually caused our Godzilla player to cycle. So they've been drawn through their deck pretty quickly here. Midoriya is almost going to cycle. This is kind of wild. We're still really only on like turn 4, turn 5, and that's only because Godzilla reset the board.
Yeah, we're spending some precious moves here though that have done really nothing, and we're gonna pretty much tap out. Oh, it's a Swarm by Titans though, and we check the 6. Okay, this is Godzilla math.
We've
Because
done
our
this
next
once
one's gonna be
before.
decently easy to pass things to the Swarm by Titans. Although that goes off momentum, and I don't think we have momentum.
I was gonna say, I think it gives us +1. I think it's momentum +1. Yeah, it's equal to your momentum +1. So similar to a smashing stomp, I suppose. But Deku's gonna take this one down to 12, +1 to our next check. If we have another attack, it could pass. This one's on a 9. Check a 6. It's actually a 7, 8, 9. We even get to keep the Guardian of Chinatown up. But is this lethal, David?
It's not lethal. It'll leave it'll leave Midoriya at 3. But it puts a lot of pressure on Midoriya, and Midoriya is not able to muster up a one-hit KO here because they're down to 6 foundations. So at best, using all the forms, that's going to be +9/+9 on their attack. Godzilla's at a pretty healthy life total, I believe. I believe it's 23 health at the moment. So putting Deku at 3, this is going to mean that Deku has to play absolutely perfect defense, which also means that Deku has to hold cards in hand. If Deku has to hold cards in hand, then they can't be building those foundations. If they can't build those foundations, then they can never one-hit KO Godzilla.
Yeah, this is the commit and freeze is absolutely perfect here because it slows down the win condition. The win condition for Midoriya is have enough foundations to pump one big move. But we've seen more and more the Midoriya decks are adding more attacks, the sweeping daggers. We haven't seen a Fajin Flurry yet, but that's been a popular one in the past to fuel up the powerful. In the past, if you could not get the necessary number of forms, but your rival was willing to commit out, like our Godzilla has, having 5 or 6 momentum would turn the powerful into a secondary win condition, right? You only need it to be just fast enough. So if we had more momentum, which I think we only have 1, it looked like 2 for a second, but I think it's only 1 momentum. If we had more momentum, that could have potentially been, a way to get the damage that we need without foundations. And it looks like we're going to be playing an attack soon.
Yeah, we've got a Phantom Threat in hand. We have the momentum. If we turn everything using the Phantom Threat, we could get it. No, we're going to play the Fajin Flurry and get some more IC, so we can snap off 2 momentum with this Fajin Flurry, and that gives Phantom Threat 9 damage. Now that we have, or we're going to immediately spend it for the speed. So we want to, well, it's free. It's free, right?
The first EX is
still
free.
+9. Yeah, so still pretty good.
Yeah, we do have a risky line here where we pump the speed on Phantom Thread exactly 1 time, then we try to play it on a 6. We check a 5 and commit Midoriya, but we might not even need to pump we need to pump the speed, right?
Right. We need to get it. We need to get it to unblockable. Godzilla's tapped though. We chose to commit Godzilla, and that means that we cannot spend that momentum for checks to block this. Deku could have just found a lethal line on 5 foundations thanks to leading off with the Fajin into the Phantom Threat.
And thanks to those sweeping daggers pokes, right? We can't ignore the fact that, we were willing to play small little 4 diff pokes early. We got the weird momentum to echo from unfazed early. So this is very much a backup plan, but it could be just good enough. But we're not windmill slamming an attack, so it can't be that easy.
He's thinking through it for sure. I think that the risk of passing back is way too great.
Do it. Don't put the game in his hands. Trust your deck. Trust the top of your deck to be a 5. And it is. We commit the Midoriya. It comes in with +3 speed from the form, +1 speed from its own response, and it's going to get another speed when we spend the powerful.
Yeah, this there we go. We've got it at lethal. It should be pretty unblockable. That's
no
game.
Runaway in sight. That's going to be game one to Midoriya, despite the board reset, despite the commit and freeze. Putting him down to 3 health was not enough pressure.
Yeah, that was a crazy turn. 5 foundations. Godzilla's feeling pretty safe. Finally got Midoriya down to 3. I mean, again, if we rewind all the way back to that heat ray, that last turn for Godzilla would have been lethal if they had passed that heat ray earlier in the game. That ends up being the difference. It gave Midoriya 1 extra turn. 5 foundations with all that's needed thanks to the Phantom threat, snapping off 2 momentum, getting to triple momentum on. I mean, Fudge and Flurry.
You got to remember your triggers, kids. You got to remember your triggers. That Master's Pride changed the landscape of this game in a major, major way. We were 1 foundation away from passing that check. We had the foundation. I don't know if it was intentional. Like I said, in the past, there was previous games where it seemed intentional to save the Master's Pride for another turn. But if you do that math, right, if you take 1 minute to think about it, count it up, and realize that if you check a 3, you fail this, versus if you ready the foundation, check a 3, you pass it, I think you respond and ray that Master's Pride every time, right?
I think so. Although 90% of the time I use Master's Pride, I never remember it. So
I'm actually the opposite. I feel like I use Master's Pride every time just because I don't want to regret it. And then like I'll do it at the end of my turn and my opponent will like not attack me and I feel like I wasted it. So I'm like the opposite. I'm like, I need to use it less.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than readying it at the end of your turn, taking the momentum, and then, oh great,
Yeah, like it'll be like turn 2 and I'm like, okay, I need to block 1 attack to not get absolutely waylaid here. So I just, again, you go back, you watch the tape, you realize the difference between passing the check right is 1 foundation or not. I think you always choose to ready it if you're going to go for the attack. So absolutely devastating news for Godzilla fans. But if you are a Midoriya on the move fan, you got to feel pretty good because that was not the prototypical Deku gameplay. That was not the sandbag and stall and wait until you play 1 uninteractable move. That was very similar almost to Godzilla's gameplay of, give an attack plus 3 damage, chunk your opponent down, 1 or 2 attacks at a time, right? We saw Godzilla do a good job blocking early, but we saw Midoriya do a good job of picking his spots to, do 1 form, do 2 forms, send, a 7-10 damage move and kind of play the game at a more fair pace, right? A more, I guess you could say, normal pace. So this is not the uninteractable combo Deku. And again, I think he's trying to do that, right? But he had to adapt his play strategy around all the interaction that Godzilla had for his stage. So very, very cool stuff. Love to see the adaptation from the Deku decks. They used to be a 6 attack deck, right? They used to be like an 8 attack deck at most. Now they're playing 16 attacks. That's a normal ratio for a control deck, or at least it was at one point. It was when I started playing the game.
I have to imagine that the Godzilla is siding in the Runaways.
Oh, absolutely.
To a 4X for this Deku deck. And so I wonder if the Deku deck also sides in more action cancels. I think they're playing like 1 stopping for breakfast and 1 tattered costume. If they have any more in their sideboard, I think I would be preemptively siding them in, just knowing that my opponent's on chaos and that bring. Oh my gosh!
We got triple Defiant Stance. This foundation is huge for this Deku deck. We saw one of them in the stage in game 1. Every time you commit this card to pay a cost once per turn, you can ready it during that turn. So that's going to mean we have a free transformation next turn, David. And during this turn, we have a free -3 speed enhance 3 separate times. So this is looking absolutely amazing for our Deku player, except we've only got 1 card in hand, actually.
Yeah, that double Desperate Plea is hilarious. Basically, if Godzilla plays an attack, we can block with the card in our hand, build it with Desperate Plea, and just have built our entire hand.
We saw Godzilla. It looked like Godzilla tried to do the 1s per game because this is already out of control. but we're only at 9 foundations total in play. There has to be 10 foundations in each player's stage, but we've got double short-lived promotion, which means the once per game next turn is going to be even better than it was ever going to be this turn. But all I know is you have to get rid of those defiant stances. So if you're Midoriya, you better use them on your next turn, almost certainly to transform, but you're not going to get to keep those for very long.
What I really like about this build, though, from Godzilla is double short-lived promotion means that on our next turn, when we Godzilla form, we could keep 4 foundations and play 4 foundations instead of only 2.
Okay, interesting to play this on a 7 here. I'm not sure what we were playing around, maybe like an Airy Smiles or something, but we did check a 6, so it wasn't that big of a deal. I love the idea to throw this flash attack. It makes sense. Midoriya doesn't have a response yet. So and we got a partial block, it looks like, out of it. So 6 damage being dealt, a momentum generated. Love the choice to throw the Gently Theft. Just a little curious why we did it on a 7.
You don't flash my moves. I flash my moves.
Yeah, and it has a great deadlock, right? The deadlock ability just rips a card out of your rival's hand. If you have extra momentum to spend, then it
We transformed and then formed. So we got the free transform and then double forms.
Yeah, and that's absolutely understanding the game state and recognizing that the most likely play for Godzilla next turn is the once per game, right? Now, this might change Godzilla's mind if they have an amazing draw here, because they've got the double short-lived promotion.
We just passed back. We hit and passed back.
5 cards in hand. We want to build after this once per game. This is all under the assumption that Godzilla is going to attempt the once per game and build out afterwards, which I think that's probably the best play for both players, right? Midoriya played around the once per game, and I still think it's correct unless we see like just an amazing hand from Godzilla. Most likely the correct thing to do here is discard 4 cards, build 4 cards.
Let's see what they decide to do. 3 foundations ready for Deku is decently tempting. Although if you attack and you lose your ability to use the first form, Deku's got a desperate plea. Okay, this is risk reward here. Check a 3 on it. We do get to commit and freeze the desperate plea, if nothing else.
Oh, and an Airy Smiles.
But it's flashed. What am I saying? We don't get to use our enhances. That we're playing against Midoriya, Quirks Unleashed.
Yeah, now because we didn't do the once per game, I'm a little surprised we didn't desperate plea to build Airy down, face down, just have another foundation. But he's smarter than me, David. We're gonna block with a low block foundation and build it almost assuredly, right?
Likely. I mean, grabbing another foundation here is pretty big for our next turn. That could be the difference between one additional form or not. I think what happened is that the Godzilla player recognized that Midoriya was doing a great job of playing around the once per game, and it spooked Godzilla into not using the once per game when it was still the right choice.
That's kind of how I feel, right? I was talking about it might change his mind to go in because of how weak, defensively the Deku might appear. But here's that low block foundation. We are going to build down with desperate plea. Oh wait, hold up. We got +1 to our check. Check's a 3, not gonna pass. Okay, I was like, that's on a 9. This is absolutely wild stuff here. We would have had to check a 6 off the top to be able to pass that, I believe. But oh no, we had the Godzilla. We got to do our enhances finally. But by my count, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 forms from Midoriya, and we can keep 2 cards ready to pass a check. That's like exact math to do a Phantom Threat that gets flashed and gets the maximum bonuses that you can hope for it. But looks like we're just going to be playing.
I think we drew straight gray.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to be playing a code edits, which is really nice because it cancels any blitz ability.
This feels terrible on Midoriya's side not to have had a way to punish Godzilla for not using his first form, because we're just allowing Godzilla to use the first form now and losing a triple defiant stance. I mean, we're gonna have to work for 3 or 4 turns to get close to a stage as good as we had.
So that's sort of the double-edged sword, right? Is we played around the once per game by holding 5 foundations to build, right? And then we
Mm.
blocked actions and foundations. And then we played 2 of them, and so we still had half of our hand when we went to draw up. And so we didn't get to draw very many cards because we're playing around the once per game. Again, I still think it's correct to blow up the board because that triple defiant stance means that these numbers are going to get completely outrageous, and you know that Midoriya is going to get to pass the check. The only thing is Midoriya doesn't seem to have an answer for a runaway yet. So until he gets an answer to runaway, maybe holding on to one of those is actually just all you really need. Potentially baiting Midoriya into committing out to try and play a phantom threat while you have a runaway and they can't cancel the runaway. That's actually like the highest tier your board state can be, right? Like for the game state, that's exactly what you want. You want Midoriya to fail a kill, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We are just going to build 2 foundations. Midoriya is only going to build 3, so not even sculpting for the once per game that well.
Yeah, we did find the 4th copy of Defiant Stance, though.
That is hilarious.
So we've now built every single copy. Triple Horrifying over on Godzilla side. We have double Inspiring Song. We have Finally Free. I mean, this next turn from Godzilla is going to be massive. We have tons of check bonuses. We are going to see 9+ cards on our turn, almost bare minimum.
Only a 2 build from Midoriya.
Yeah, because we know that we're about to have to block a huge string. I just don't know that we have the speed hate to do it. This is where a card like End of the Cycle, though, could come up really, really big. If Godzilla's on their 4th or 5th attack and that says -4 speed or -5, it could be like -7 speed after it. It allows us to string block.
Yeah, we got the Citywide Rampage coming in here. It's going to get +1/+1 to all of our attacks, and we're going to get +2 to our checks. And it's an unfazed. Unfortunately, we have no momentum, but Finally Free is in the stage. So potential to get the momentum to pay for this. And it's very difficult, David, to be staring down a 6 high for, a 5 high for 11 twice. And every time you block it, you're going to give your rival +1 to their checks again.
I'm actually shocked that Midoriya did not flash that, because not flashing that effectively gives Godzilla another attack. Because if we flashed it, he can't echo it. We move on to the next one. But I can't think of many more powerful abilities than grabbing another unfazed. So I'm shocked we didn't flash it. Maybe we didn't have the right card. So we did have an Airy Smiles blocking this. We'll give +1 to the checks.
But that's why we didn't need to flash it, because we already had the answer for Echo. Airy Smile says you can't. Airy Smile says you can't Echo. You can't play it as your next form.
Oh.
You can discard the momentum if you want, but then your next form has to be a non-attack card.
I think that's being explained right now to the player. I was in Daniel's position. Yeah, that's a pretty good play there from Midoriya. Kevin knows his Midoriya deck better than I know the deck.
Yeah, and so that also is going to waste the check bonus from the Inspiring Song.
We still get +1 to our check. I mean, we have +3 to our checks. I think we're still slamming orange if we have it, but maybe we don't have it because we're starting to flip our Horrifyings to start digging. Okay, I see. His hand's actually looking pretty angry.
Yeah, I think we're trying to get Midoriya down to less cards, because if Horrifying makes him discard a non-attack card, or I think it might be a foundation specifically, then he has to commit a foundation. So getting the stun 1 out of Horrifying Realization can be the difference between knowing you're going to win the game and hoping you win the game.
Yeah, we are really full sending on this turn, and Midoriya's putting on a clinic of how to defend it. Remember, this is 6 cards in both players' cards pool right now. End the cycle gives -1 speed for every card in both players' card pools. So Midoriya has access to -6 speed, effectively a free block. If Godzilla is gonna land some hits here, it's probably gonna take another couple attacks, and that's gonna cost us most of our board.
Yeah, and we see the Breaker 1 get kind of canceled out by the the old the old Amajiki Foundation self-doubt. We've got the 1/5 after your attack deals no damage, you get +1 to your next check. So that's going to be basically a cancel out of the Breaker 1, which is very funny to me.
Yeah, I think Midoriya has the potential to get 2 more blocks off. We're building in a 6 check. It's got to be the finally free. I can't, unless it's not there, maybe an inspiring song, but I would have to imagine finally free's coming in so that we can continue to give check bonuses to pass.
Inspiring song could theoretically be better than finally free if we were playing exactly 1 more card, right? Because we already got a momentum to spend for +2 to the bonus. So getting an inspiring song would actually be an additional check bonus. But that would mean that we'd be spending both of the inspiring songs and our momentum and playing 1 more card after Midoriya does exactly what you just said, made this a completely free block. So we've had 2 free blocks so far.
End the cycle is one of those foundations that, like, it either feels terrible or it feels game winning that you had it.
Correct. Yeah, it's one of those cards where at deck building you're like, am I going to play against ponies or am I going to play against Godzillas? All right, we have a full block coming down. 1 more card in hand. It's a Heat Ray of all things. We're going to play it on a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we committed 1 foundation to do that, David.
You know what makes this great, though, is that horrifying realization says each player discards 1 card and draws 1 card. So we will actually get to potentially see 2 more cards this turn with the ability to pass them.
Right. And this is actually this is actually gonna have a chance to deal damage. I don't think there's any more speed hate in the stage for Midoriya. Midoriya is committed, 3 cards in the card pool. This thing's gonna get absolutely massive. I can't see on the phone. Can you tell how much damage that is?
No, but I think it's large. I think it's 2 digits.
It's easily 2 digits. Godzilla makes it 2 digits, basically. I think this is like a 15 to 20 damage move. Because it counts
8 low 20. Midoriya's at 23.
20.
That takes us to 3. I have to imagine horrifying realization is coming in. We get to selectively flip Midoriya's stage, and here it comes. Horrifying. What can we rip off? If it's not an attack on this first one, we can use the next one.
Right? It's the last card in our deck.
It was an attack.
But we didn't use the inspiring song, which makes me think that we counted the attacks, right? When we went through our discard pile, we're naturally counting all of our 5 difficulty and up cards. We calculated that last card in our deck was an attack, which is why we didn't use the inspiring song, which we still might need. If that's a 5 diff, it's on a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 again. But we only have, I believe, +3 to the check.
But what I love about not spending the momentum for the check bonus on Godzilla is that I think it's a smashing stomp, and that EX3 could actually win the game.
Yeah, the EX3 could be the difference between committing out to block with like a +1 block mod, right? It would be 5, 6, 7, 8 if we had another +1 low, and we have 3, I think, ready foundations. It might be 2 now. I thought we had 3 because they got flipped, but that could be the difference between passing the block exactly and winning the game. Also, inspiring song, if it's ready, we can use that to hack the check, and that's gonna do it. What a string. What an insane string.
Yeah, that smashing stomp plus the EX3 could get to 7 speed. Deku's got 3 in card pool. I don't think they had the low block anyway, so it was already lethal. I think we knew they didn't have the low block when they didn't go for it on Heat Ray, but just a fascinating game. I mean, that was nuts. We needed a horrifying realization attack off the top to make it happen.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. There's so many check bonuses throughout that turn, right? We had the citywide rampage throughout the whole turn. We had the unfazed throughout pretty much the whole turn. We had different Godzilla enhances. We had self-doubt coming in. We had smashing stomp gives a +1 there. So absolutely inspiring song got used there. So absolutely incredible stuff. Had foundations to spare, David. Had foundations to spare.
Yeah, we checked a 6. I mean, there was never, which was really a 9. There was never a doubt on that last check. And that turn, Deku had used Airy Smiles early on to even clog Godzilla's card pool. It meant nothing.
Right. That Aries Smiles wasted an inspiring song bonus, I believe, even. Like there was a +1 to a check that got wasted on a 0 diff, and it took exactly horrifying realization to draw the last card in our deck, which had to be an attack. Absolutely stellar gameplay from Daniel Ose here, but he's going to be going second in this final game. And that's going to mean that Midoriya is going to be in the driver's seat. Midoriya is almost certainly going to get to transform first. And it's going to be really, really interesting to see when that once per game happens. Daniel did it a turn later than you and I thought was, necessarily optimal. We thought he should have been doing the once per game, even while those defiant stances were committed. But he showed us that, the way that Kevin was trying to play around the once per game left him with a jammed up hand. It left him with no ability to punish Daniel's over aggressive play style. And it worked out for him because you have to be as aggressive as possible against Midoriya on the move.
Yep, and going first, huge advantage for Midoriya, especially getting double Desperate Plea out and a build 5. Yeah, this is going to be
like all one divs too. Not prioritizing the Desperate Pleas over the Smoke Screen and the Breaker 2 is interesting to me because we've seen pass through walls. That's got to be a 4 of in this deck. It is in the stage every single game, every single turn. We see it checked as a 6 all the time.
Yeah, I think he's not prioritizing the Desperate Pleas because of Godzilla's form to blow up the stage. Because he knows that this first round, this is like your baby teeth. You lose them and then your adult teeth come in.
Right. All right, we're going to get the transform in, which is smart before the once per game kind of roasts our stage here. And now we're going to, of course, see another build out, but I would not be surprised at all to see Godzilla just reset things now, put Midoriya back to the Stone Age, make things kind of start over where you sort of get to go first.
Yeah, Midoriya sitting on 9 foundations. Midoriya had a pretty healthy build there, build 4. So a little different than last game where Midoriya passed into a turn where he thought it was going to be a board wipe and held lots of foundations to prepare for it. Here, we're not doing that, although it looks like Godzilla is going to choose to build, just not board wipe at all, and build, which means that if we're building here, we're theoretically building for our next turn to be an attack turn and then also not be a board wipe.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it work out for him last time. We might not see the foundations we really want to see, right? We don't see a heroic passion to destroy. The defiant stances have not been built yet. If you're not attacking, the desperate pleas don't get used. So right now, the Midoriya stage just might not be that threatening. Yes, it's a lot of good stuff. Yes, it's quite a bit of defensive stuff, but it's nothing that's helping him end the game, right? There's no bonuses for committing foundations with the Midoriya form to get his synergies rolling. And we haven't seen a card like Hang 10 yet, which is probably the most amazing part of all. We have seen a few Ninja Turtles cards, so I wasn't sure if there was like a shipping delay or something, but we have seen a few of those cards show up.
In my experience talking to Midoriya players, they're pretty split on whether Hang 10 is like incredible or whether it's overrated. I've talked to a couple of Midoriya players on either side of that debate. that was interesting. Kind of put Midoriya in a blender there, because if they committed their stage for the forms, then Godzilla's on a healthy enough stage to really backswing it and punish it. So Midoriya just chose to build. We're going to need all the foundations we can for blocks. Although, back to Hang 10, I haven't tested it yet, but in a Midoriya deck where we are playing for not necessarily just the one punch, I do think Hang 10 has a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if you got a 4x it, and you do have to be careful when you play it, right? But considering it refunds so much of the cost, it feels like a safer poke, even if you don't get all the extra card draw and things like that. Just mechanically getting the extra resources to attempt to poke your opponent, because if you play a 20 mid for 17 Hang 10, your rival probably still has to use a barrier shield or something on it, or else be put so far behind that it's not going to matter what defense that they really have. So but we do see the City Rampage into Unfazed with the finally free in stage. So this has been the best way. This has been the best turns that Godzilla players have had all tournament.
Yeah, this turn was actually not great though, because that 3-check's a true 3-check, a true 3-check on a 7, because stopping for breakfast was used on the City Rampage.
Yeah, stopping for breakfast, a very simple, very powerful foundation. Response remove after your rival plays an ability on an action card, cancel its effects. You will still get the +1 speed and +1 damage from the continuous ability of Citywide Rampage, but the played ability got canceled. So yeah, that's a whole bunch of foundations that got committed. I mean, luckily History's Greatest Monster gets readied here, but are we in deadlock, by the way? Because History's Greatest Monster has a pretty snazzy deadlock.
I think we're sitting right at deadlock, not quite. I think we're sitting right at the magic number of 10 after the stopping for breakfast. Stopping for breakfast had us at 11, and then we pulled back into 10. Blocking with the Phantom threat, pretty interesting here, since we know that there was no board wipe and we're going to be able to form on our turn. I don't think Phantom threat could quite get to 34, since Midoriya does not have momentum though.
Yeah, but now we see the Unfazed echoed on a 7. We checked the 6 with +1 from the Unfazed because the first one got blocked. So we don't have to commit anything for this second 7 diff for 11, or 7 diff for 11 damage. So Midoriya is just going to take that one on the chin. That's 18 life left, but there's more attacks we could be playing.
Yeah, if we had blocked that Unfazed the second time, it would almost be like we had not even canceled City Rampage.
All right, well, I'm going to go grab a drink because he picked up his entire stage to read. We're going to be here for a minute. Yeah. Desperate plea, after you block with a card, you can build it face up or face down. Smoke screen, add a card from your hand to your card pool face down. This attack gets -4 speed. Looks like we're reading the new Jamie Foundation. If you were a fan of struggling with studies, then you will definitely enjoy the new Street Hero card, a 1/5 +3 low block. Sound familiar? Enhanced flip, add 1 card from your card pool to your hand. Only playable if you've blocked 2 or more attacks this turn. So not so much that your rival has to play 3 cards, but you actually have to block twice, which that's a much cooler condition in my opinion. And we've also got the Shobijin's message that gives any of our blocks breaker 2.
Here comes Goblin Bolt. It will be a half block. Midoriya is not sitting comfortably. Just 13 health now, but we do have a cancel for whatever ability comes next. And so Godzilla has to kind of play around that cancel. They probably at best can only get 1 more attack. We have 1 foundation. We have +1 to our check from the Unfazed. If we sling it on an 8, +1 to our check a 6, we have to commit our Godzilla and our foundation.
What if we check a 7?
That's true. What if that's Godzilla math. And then Midoriya on there, we're basically saying, I don't think you can deal 34 health.
Yeah, and this would have been a turn, unlike the previous game where we talked about flashing Unfazed. This would have been a good time, I think, to flash the original Unfazed because I believe we did have to use Finally Free to get the momentum to echo it, and flashing it would have caused our rival to not get that second attack. That second unfazed is what dealt 11 damage to us. So maybe a little bit of sequencing errors. You know, we saw earlier, you know, in game one, Daniel had a little bit of a sequencing error with the Master's Pride, not choosing to flash that first unphase, which is a level of restraint most Deku players don't have. I'm just going to put it out there. Most Deku players flash the first attack every time, like via reflex, especially if they have a Goblin Bolt in hand. But we see 2 forms coming down for Midoriya. This is going to be +6/+6, and it's a Fajin Flurry. That means we're going to get 2 momentum from these bonuses, and that first EX for +3 speed is free.
Yeah, had we not blocked with the Phantom Threat, a Phantom Threat after here, we could have seen a similar kill to game one. Now, we could still have a Phantom Threat in hand, although if we had a Phantom Threat in hand, I think we commit. I think we do a couple more forms to get a little bit more damage on our Phantom. This feels like just a poke, and I still need to play defense just in case they decide not to first form.
Oh, we checked the Phantom Threat off the top. We were quite close to finding it, but that's a couple Phantom Threats in the discard pile now. But we have enough momentum. We have enough foundations, barring a once per game. Which if we don't have a great hand, even if we do have a good hand, I could easily see the once per game happening here. I mean, the once per game with 2 attacks might do it.
But the deadlock on History's Greatest Monster giving throw twice over could be lethal. When
I like. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. But to be able to give it throw, you got to be able to enter the enhanced step.
We're using Horrifying Realization, which means Godzilla cannot be used anymore. Godzilla is a first form only.
Ooh, that's an interesting card to find while our rival's in deadlock.
What is the deadlock on Heat Ray, by the way?
The deadlock, on Heat Ray? I thought you were going to, well, let's talk about Gently Theft really quick. The deadlock on Gently Theft, it is a 4 mid for 8 flash attack, which means this is going to be for 11. And the deadlock is just your rival has to remove a card from their hand.
Yeah, deadlock after you play this card, your rival removes 1 card, and then we can also discard the momentum, get Deku to discard another card, and then I just looked it up. The deadlock on Heat Ray is deadlock stun 3. So going into deadlock could just kill us as Midoriya.
Yeah, we have no cards in hand. We can draw a card with Midoriya, but I think that's our only card draw. We're going to flip the Shobujins, but that's going to get canceled by the pass-through walls. Well, no, we ended our turn.
We don't have a foundation.
We only have attacks in hand.
Oh,
we horrified our only non-attack card against the deck that has been living and dying by airy smiles this entire tournament.
This is the most hilarious. This has been like the most entertaining match I have commentated on in quite some time.
That's the most anime thing I think I have ever seen in this card game. Actually the most anime thing. Grand finals, you horrifying realization, your own non-attack card, and then got hit by an airy smiles, which was a partial block. I don't even think that was a full block, was it?
No, yeah. Gently Theft coming in as a flash, a mid attack. It's our only mid in Godzilla's deck, but Deku can't have imagined that Airy Smiles was actually going to end the turn there.
That's incredible. What that means is it looks like Midoriya transformed back to the front side. And
I think it's a really, really heads up play here. We're in deadlock. We have all the speed hate in the world now going to the front side. We only built 2. We have 4 cards in hand. We know that we're going to have to survive an onslaught this turn.
That means you know that Godzilla is going into this turn with 5 attacks in hand.
Right. I think we had to draw the Phantom Threat or draw something similar, something that could deal lethal. Otherwise, we know we have to survive. And we just didn't draw into it. So the Airy Smiles insanely kept us alive, but we received no reward for it. We're right back where we were.
And you know what I'm looking for, David? I'm looking for the throw hate. I'm looking for the Mikasa defeats the female Titan. I'm looking for anything that prevents the deadlock enhance on History's Greatest Monster from becoming the win condition here, because we're going to be playing a bunch of 9 damage moves and they could easily become throws. And you take you get the right amount of damage pump, and 2 half damage moves would be lethal here.
We do have Masho's concealment, but we just used Masho's concealment not on the History's Greatest Monster. So that was our like deadlock enhance cancel,
Oh, no.
but now it's turned sideways. We might not realize the History's Greatest Monster deadlock, honestly.
Okay, Defiant Stance is a good one to build, but it's not what we're looking for. What did we Mashos? I'm so curious.
It was one of the flip cards on Godzilla's stage.
Maybe it was a finally free. That would make sense. I could get baited by a finally free. Yeah, we noticed that we're not discarding a lot of cards with these Titan Cliffs, which means that they are, which means our hand is pretty good. So I'm curious. We used the History's Greatest Monster response though, David. We did the response to ready it. I don't know if Daniel knows that he can use the deadlock to make this attack a throw, or at least that he could have done it twice.
It's the deadlock stun 3s on Heat Ray as well. Remembering deadlock is pretty difficult to do, honestly, because it only comes up in what, 5%? One out of every 10, 1 out of every 20 games. So very
And
easy
even
to forget
even
about the
less
deadlocks.
even less for Godzilla, right? He would have normally blown the board up by now, but I think you're right. I think he's looking for a Heat Ray angle. This is looking like is Defiant Stance a high block?
Because we readied the History's Greatest
Okay.
Monster without using the deadlock.
Uh-oh.
We've already readied it. So now we've gone from 2 deadlock uses to 1 at most. But it's upside down, which means he's not going to be reading it again.
Right. So we got the self-doubt for +1 to our check here. But this was on an 8 and we checked a 4. So we're going to have to commit a huge chunk. This move is pretty fast, but Midoriya's got plenty of speed hate.
Imagine making it a throw.
This is the attack to make a throw, right? Because when it deals damage, you'll get to snipe 2 foundations in your rival's stage. I'd like to believe that he knows for this attack, at least, that this is the one to make a throw.
I don't think it's happening. He's sitting on a
Has he done the stun
lethal
3
line.
yet?
I don't think he realizes it.
Has he done the stun 3 so that we know that this is a deadlock situation at least?
I don't think he's pressed the deadlock stun 3.
Oh my.
Oh no, he
goodness.
did. Levi's saying that he did stun 3, but
Okay. So he's aware that deadlock is the board state, is the current game state.
But does he see the History's Greatest Monster? Again, it might not matter. Maybe like a double Heat Ray, stun 6. Maybe that's all we need, and we're gonna grab this game anyway.
I mean, I could believe it, but it sure would make it a lot easier if one of those Heat Rays was a throw. Like 2 throws, 2 Heat Ray throws is lethal damage.
Right, yeah,
You
that's just
know?
game. I mean, assuming no throw hate. But I don't see like a Mikasa defeats is kind of typically what you would see on the air symbol I mean, well, I guess it's air tune. So, but I don't see any Mikasa defeats in stage. I haven't seen any in the deck so far.
Yeah, this one's on a 9. We're gonna check a 7, 8, 9. We might have been afraid of failing these checks, but I feel like where we were, we didn't have to play the Titan Cliffs necessarily, right? For that extra risk, because we weren't drawing cards. We had the 5 attacks. We were not discarding and drawing to begin with. So just Heat Ray, pump it with itself, pump it with Godzilla, make it a throw. Heat Ray, pump it with all your damage pump, make it a throw. That would have been 13 damage.
Yeah, I do think that still leading the first Titan Cliff was pretty smart, because we did get the Masho concealment to get used on the finally free.
Oh wait, we're on front side Deku. He has to play around the vestige discard. We can discard a vestige to make one of these a 1 damage move.
I have to imagine that one of our 2 cards in hand is the vestige. I think it was a really heads up play by Midoriya to switch to the front side.
I think so too. I think so too. We got another +1 low block. We check a 4, but that should be enough.
Yeah,
Breaker one.
this has been pretty expert level play by both of these players over the course of this round. Checking a 3 on it, I don't think we can pass it.
No, not with the
back.
breaker.
We-
I don't have all the perfect information, but what I know about the air symbol is that you'd have to be playing one of the new attuned TMNT throw hate cards to be able to hate on throws from your hand. I understand that like the vestige response would stop one of them, but I really think 2 throws there would have given us the pressure to actually close the game out.
Double throwing leading the Titan Cliff, getting the Macho concealment out of the way on a finally free. That was just wheels up, double throw the heat rays, and you win the game.
Right.
We definitely missed a lethal line. It's probably going to hurt coming back and rewatching, missing it because we remembered the deadlock on Heat Ray, but we missed the deadlock on History's Greatest Monster. That said, this game's far from over.
Right.
Midoriya has to spend 3 foundations to even get back to the aggressive side.
And considering where we're at, there's no guarantee that 2 throws would have won the game. There is not the guarantee because 1 vestige discard would have put a card down to 1.
Right.
And you'd still get the damage trigger, and a partial block would have saved you from the other. So considering the way the checks went and the way that the defense went, I don't know. I can't say that 2 throws from History's Greatest Monster actually wins the game. That is just speculation. That's just how I would have felt. I would have felt better about getting the damage from the heat ray response to flip my rival stage. But it looks like we looked at our sideboard.
Yeah, because we could have flipped those defiant stance right there, and then that's just good defense on our part. That saves us 3 damage from Deku.
Absolutely, but we are turning the stage sideways. We are entering the end of game procedure for this Deku deck. The only thing I can think of that saves our Godzilla player here is a runaway. We're checking through the discard pile. We're looking for all the possible answers. There's no tattered costume. There's no stopping for breakfast. This is going to be all or nothing, trying to deal 21 damage here.
We really don't have to have this pressure on us. If a runaway comes down, it is so game ending.
A sweeping daggers of all things, and there's the handshake. Just the raw stats are gonna be enough. And finally, the boogeyman in the room for so many people, Izuku Midoriya on the move, takes down the Alicante, Spain regional championship. What an absolutely amazing finals.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was like pure cinema to me, and extremely fun. 60 minutes, 90 minutes, however long that was. It felt like just a full round of UniVersus there. I thought that the Midoriya player, our champion Kevin, really played well. He really understood his deck. You could tell that he has had hundreds of reps on that deck.
Yeah, and I'm going back, I'm thinking about, the more I think about, the more I don't think that double throws even gets us there, because it was control checks that actually ended our turn, right? It was that breaker, it was that 3 check. Granted, we had like only 6 stiff moves pretty much until the end, and those Titan clips were building us additional resources, right? So with those additional resources and with the breaker still ending our turn after we readied History's Greatest Monster, it feels like Midoriya just had the answer every single time he needed to have it. And Kevin identified the threats. He identified when he needed to build 1 pass, when he needed to build out his hand and get, more board state advantage. So many twists and turns, so many different ways you could have played that game. But at the end of the day, Kevin is your Alicante, Spain regional champion. And I couldn't be more excited to see an air deck win a regional.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking back on how many decision points we had in that round. That's what makes UniVersus so great, is all of the decision points where you look back and you say, if I had done this differently, what would have happened? Because that game 3 ended and Godzilla's first form had not happened. We never Godzilla first formed that entire game. And so you have to think back should I have first formed this turn or this turn? Would that last one have been differently? Maybe I shouldn't have gone for the Titan Cliff double heat ray. So many fascinating decision points. But I'll echo what you said. Congratulations to Kevin. Congratulations to Midoriya. I think this might be Midoriya's first regional victory. Has
Correct.
it happened before? I know there were a couple in top 8.
No, this
from
is
the-
his first win. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
this is his first grand finals even. So it's usually puts like maybe one in top cuts. But before we go away here, David, do you know what the most ludicrous thing I heard all weekend was?
All right, we've had some top 5 ludicrous moments. Give me your number one.
My number one ludicrous statement that I heard over this weekend that I read online, I should say, is that Godzilla gives you no agency over the game. And that was immediately rebutted by One Shot Deku gives you no agency over the game. And if this grand finals is not enough to disprove that, yes, they have a very specific game plan, right? Yes, they have, an idealized game state that they might want to play out, but that's every deck. Every deck wants to eliminate rival interaction. They want their checks to be good. They want your checks to be bad, and they want to, win the game as soon as possible for the most part. So you got to actually play the game. You got to actually watch the game. You can't just take your own personal locals experience with you and spread misinformation online, because that was absolutely a nail biter to the very end.
Yeah, you're right. Somebody they said, man, I'm so tired of brain dead aggro like Godzilla. And then that got hit with, well, Deku is brain dead control, and I'll take that to my grave. And now here we had that, and that round was anything but brain dead. They were making decisions that I was not even seeing, like that Aries smiles into the unfazed to force the unfazed not to echo. That was a very, very heads up play. Playing around the first form, knowing when to use it. That round had at least 5 to 10 key decision points that could have turned the championship the other way.
Absolutely. I definitely would have made different decisions, and I don't know if it would have been any better for me. Granted, the way things went down, I'd have to assume that I'd be wrong, because a lot of the decisions that we made or that we talked about on stream ended up not being the deciding factor necessarily, right? We talked about the Masters Pride in game 1 changing, the outcome of that game. But when we thought that Daniel should have done the once per game, we were wrong. When we thought that, Midoriya should have been using his flash response, we were wrong. So, challenge yourself to look back at these games and think with an open mindset. Don't just look at the results, right? Look at all the key different interaction points. Think of all the times where if you were Midoriya, would you have built one and passed? So there's the one turn where he played one attack and he held 5 cards, right? And that ended up being the correct thing to do. So I don't know. This was just an absolutely amazing way to cap off an amazing regional. Congratulations once again to Kevin. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say his last name just because I know I'll pronounce it wrong. And I feel really bad when I do that. So hopefully we can get, a community interview with him and I can learn how to say his name, so I won't feel embarrassed to do so. But congratulations to Kevin on air. Deku on the move / Quirks Unleashed. You have won the regional and qualified for Worlds.
Yep. Immediate day 2 to Worlds. This was a blast. I really, really enjoyed just the entire vibe of this event. Really enjoyed the rounds that we got to commentate on. That's going to be a wrap for this weekend. Next weekend, by the way, we are not slowing down on the regionals. We are moving across the world, and we are going to be having and I'm going to butcher the city name, the Canberra Regional next weekend. And then the weekend after that, we're going to Canada. So we're just going to have a ton of universes here over the next couple of weeks. Keep an eye out for those. Go check out the announcements to go see what times those start. If you're in those regions, go sign up and play. Those are going to be some great events. If this is any indication, then those 2 events will also be amazing. But that's going to be it for us this weekend. If you watched, we really appreciate you spending your weekend with us. and we will see you next weekend.